Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. It's good to see you guys. Sorry we ran super late today with getting started. We were doing some pre-recording things earlier. I'm excited to show you guys that whole series that I've been building up for. But that will have to be shared another time. For now, we are going to be doing art today. Price for Silk Song has been announced today. It will apparently be hitting the shelves for the price of $20. Hey, that's pretty good. How was your weekend? My weekend was pretty decent. Quiet. We had some company who stayed with us over the weekend, and it was nice to see them. How about you guys? Anything fun going on? Hi, Zatani. So obviously we will be working on this painting today, but beforehand I need to do a little bit of warming up. Just start with our typical circles and get my wrist up and going. Oh, hey, that's a slow stabilizer. Let's turn that off. There we go. Just do our usual getting the wrist muscles active. I don't know if we're actually going to get to the painting part today. It might just take the whole day with the lines, but we'll see. I'm going to try and be more loosey-goosey about it. I don't want to be as focused on perfect line work as I used to be. My hectic September schedule has gone off to a great start. I got lost and was half an hour late to my work because, work course today. Oh no! I'm glad that you still made it though. How did it go? Was it work that you enjoy? I'm trying to think of something that we could do that would be good practice for a piece like this. Kevin finished the commission and I was fiddling with it in PNG Tuber Remix. I sent you some clips of me testing it. Let me go take a look at that. Oh, wow. I like the idle breathe. That's kind of cool. Is that like a built-in function or is that something that you custom animated? Kevin will need to fix it up a little if I want to try having it more animated. It's just something that I did with the options in PNG Tuber Remix. That's really cool. All of my breathing animation was stuff that I had to kind of set up myself. It's like going in for your GCSE/high school qualifications, but with the atmosphere of a college course where you can eat some food and stuff while doing the course. Hey, that's pretty cool. I hope it goes well for you, Q. I hope that it's a pleasant experience. You know what? What better way to start up practicing than doing a very sloppy mini paint first? So let's find something good to do as like a quick still life. We're gonna have to do something glass because of Popple. I didn't think about that. Let's see if maybe we can find a still life fishbowl. Oh, they all have perfectly clear backgrounds, thus making the entire bowl just seem white. You know what? Hold on. I might have a solution to our problems. I might be able to just take a decent picture of Popple. Does it even need to be a decent picture? I don't think so. I didn't even have to get up. All right, let me send this to myself so that I can use it as reference. We are going to use actual Popple for our warm-up. When describing the cut-off body parts for PNG Tuber, I didn't realize it would be like making a paper doll. Yeah! No, it's very much like making a paper doll. In fact, all of the live 2D stuff is the same way. I got lost because I took a wrong turn due to not knowing how to read maps correctly and taking a left turn when I should have taken a right and getting so wound up that Zeus himself decided to rain on my parade, and I kept getting further away thinking I was getting closer. Oh. But I managed to make it there completely drenched, mind you, and to put a little good news on this cavalcade is that the last unit is tomorrow for this 3-day course. Well, that's good. I am sorry that you got rained on, though. I hear that that happens a lot over there. All right, this is probably going to be a massive picture. And for extra good news, Silk Song is in 2 days. All right! I personally will not be playing it right away or anything because I haven't even played through regular Hollow Knight. But I'm very excited for it. I'm excited for everyone who is excited for it. All right, we're not going to do anything super fancy with this. We're just going to color sample direct from the image. Start slapping our colors down. Whoa, okay. No, we're not. My tablet's going to throw us to a different area. Jeez. That was rude. What the hell? Why are we lagging? What the fuck is happening? Hold on. Okay. I don't know what that was. I'm hoping that it's not going to continue. All right, I'm going to do Popple on a different layer. I'm going to do Big Ball. Red. I might have to mute Discord for a bit too. Seems like it's being a little active today. Oh wait, I don't have streamer mode on, that's why. Let's fix that. Streamer mode, engage. Okay. Right away, I'm being super careless and sloppy with this, so I'm not worried too much about proportions and whatnot, but I do see that my background here is not quite at the level that we would want it. In fact, Popple's quite short, but that's also because I have taken these layers and not made them as long as the picture itself. Let's fix that. Close enough. All right, get our oils back out. Background's much darker on this side. Whoopsie! You know what? We're not going to worry about it being a square image. And we're blending. I've actually been doing a little bit more IRL painting these last, I don't know, this last week maybe? Marketable plush Popple. You know, we've talked about that before, and the big problem is I don't know how he would do it without having his head just be a plastic beach ball. Which, I'll be honest, isn't, like, the cuddliest. No, we just started stream, but I'm immediately going to conk out as I've got to be up in about 6 hours. Absolutely, go get some sleep, Q! We started way later, too, so it's definitely contributing. All right, let's grab your silver. makeshift, but I shall grace us with a glorious presence before I go. Uh-oh. One can only imagine what that means.
おいおい、僕の CD が欲しいって。ほら、受け取りな。プレゼントするのはパルコ・フォルゴレさ。
Let's go.
パルコ・フォルゴレ。ミュージック
スタート。ドゥドゥドゥドゥドゥドゥチチチチおっぱいボインボインチチチチおっぱいボインボイン
Hey, come on!
もげもげもげもげ父をもげもげ Thank you, Q, for blessing our stream with Parco Fagore. I was gonna do that. Save it for a raid. The battle for whoever can be the one to bless the stream. I love it. But yes, go get some sleep, Q. Thank you so much for being here. All right, Popple. To actually start cleaning up some of this detail. I don't know if we should leave the background separate right now or not. It's been a really long time since I've done anything with glass. There's so many layers to it. All right, we're not trying to do well on this. We're just trying to get loosened up here. Get an idea of reflections. Not worry about proportions, not worry about anything. Just worry about blending. Somehow someone is still playing and streaming the open network test for Sonic Racing Crossworlds despite it being over? Huh. God only knows what they've been able to do. Is it over globally, or is it still available in, like, I don't know, Japan? Over globally, it was a global network test, so it opened for everyone at the same time and closed at the same time. Not a goddamn clue, then. I hope they're enjoying it, though. I probably won't personally be playing that game myself. Mostly just because, I don't know, I'm not the biggest on racing games. They're fun, but they're not like my go-to. And the price. The price is a little steeper than I would personally prefer. I think we might just fill this in with this color. And then go from there. I enjoyed it personally. My favorite track was the Metal Harbor, but my favorite soundtrack was for Dragon Road. I'll be honest, I didn't even look at gameplay of it. I should have. Oh. Oh, KD, you just fell. I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay. I would love to see representation of other franchises. I want my Team Fortress mercs back. I was surprised to see Miku in it. Honestly, I didn't anticipate that in the year 2025, that would be the year that we could play kart racing games with Sonic the Hedgehog, Miku, and SpongeBob all in the same game on purpose. Not complaining. Just an interesting observation is all. Lots of little individual lines for our reflective metal look. I'm just gonna make some of these up. We actually have a really nice reflective light back here. Do personally hope that they keep the open network test available at launch as a playtest demo sort of thing. You get to play the first Grand Prix for free, and if you have a friend for the full game, they'd be able to add you to their online team for races. That would be nice. I don't know for sure if that's something that they would probably consider doing because capital, but it would be nice. I think more companies should be setting an example of things like that. The Miku games are all made by Sega, and I'm pretty sure the reason we got Sonic and SpongeBob is because the current collaboration between Sega and Nintendo, or I'm sorry, Nickelodeon. Yeah. I just worry about how long things like that can last, you know? I worry that they make a game like this and it's really cool and it's fun and everybody enjoys it, and then out of nowhere it just disappears and becomes lost media because their IP ran out or some shit like that. Or it becomes unplayable.
If you become lightheaded from
Oh,
thirst, feel free to pass out.
thank you very much, Cat. How have you been? We're just doing some warm-up Popple sketching painting for the time being so that I'm a little bit more prepared for going into doing it today. I'm alright. Had to face a new challenge in the voice acting and streaming streaming side of my life this week. But we're hanging in there. Hope you're well. I am doing well. Sorry to hear about that, though. I hope that you guys have been able to find a creative solution for it, whatever the problem may be. Hi, Jackson. I remember your name, but I vaguely don't really remember our interactions in the past. I've had a lot of people come and go. But regardless of that, it's good to have you here. Thank you for stopping by. What have you been getting into lately? Fill us in. Popple could rock the 1960 greaser with a cotton candy pompadour. Not a bad challenge. Quite good, actually. Oh, good, good. I was the one who did not know how to make a T-Rex, but you helped me. Oh, and welcome, Goldelia. Let's start filling in our globe a bit. So for those of you who... Hi! Those of you who are just now joining us, we are just doing a quick speed paint practice here, since I would like to do some painting on our actual art that we'll be doing later. It's not to say this isn't actual art, this is just a warm-up piece is all. Blending, blending, blending. One thing I hope they do is give us ways to get the Werehog cart items and character outside of the pre-order, even if it's just a purchasable DLC, which would be the lamest but most likely route, in my opinion. Yeah, I could see them doing that. I honest to God feel like they're definitely going to be doing, like, DLC character packs, like, from this point forward, and that'll just continue to be added more and more like Fortnite. Chef PP peas peeing pee. I don't know what you were trying to make happen with that statement, but you sure made that statement. Oh, I forgot the bottom metal part. Metal is one of the hardest things to shade and to be able to do any of that stuff, just because it's kind of unpredictable. It's both predictable and unpredictable. I believe that was supposed to be a tongue twister? Nah, tongue twisters are hard to say, though. Actually, I'll do tongue twisters before I stream sometimes if I feel like I haven't been talking a whole lot lately, and it's just kind of like I'm stuttering more that day. And there's two that always catch me up really, really hard that I try to make sure I do before I stream on days like that. One of them is, which wristwatch is the Swiss wristwatch? That one can be a bit tricky to say fast. And the other one is, one smart fellow, he felt smart. Trying to say the two of those is, I don't know, very difficult for me compared to the P ones, like Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. That one's very easy for me. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? What's the other one? Rubber baby buggy bumpers. That one doesn't really do much for me. Red leather, yellow leather, that's another one that we did in theater. She sells seashells by the seashore. That one's been kind of phased out. They don't use that one as much anymore. Still bummed none of the DLC characters for Crossworlds are getting voice lines except for Miku. Like, Werehog doesn't get a voice. SpongeBob and Joker don't get one. Oh, that is lame! It would be nice if they could add that later on. I'm sure we'll get mods to the game. Yeah, that would be nice. Two-tant mean-aged needle teetles. That's a good one for next time Ninji's around. Charging me $70 for a game, least you can do is give us voice acting. Yes, exactly. Let's darken up this side. We didn't do this nearly dark enough over here. I'm trying not to sample as much from the actual picture now that we've got some of these colors already down. Because the more that I can pick from what we've already got, the better it'll look. Let's get some of our metal here looking a little bit more clearly defined, I suppose. Oh, I've completely relocated that piece. Oops. Oh well. Any of you guys ever watch Mystery Science Theater 3000? It's definitely a more aged show at this point, even though they did reboot it a while back. I used to love that show. Four fine fresh fish for you, 6 sticky skeletons, 11 benevolent elephants, and 9 nice oh, that one got me. 9 nice night nurses nursing nicely. Those are good ones. A little bit. I mostly know it because there's a reference to it in Bendy and the Dark Revival. Oh shit! What was the reference, if you don't mind me asking? If you happen to remember. It's gonna throw y'all off so much, the fact that I'm doing this with the ability to reverse the canvas. I don't know how often people do that these days. But I'm just not capable of painting or doing any kind of art at this point without being able to flip a canvas. It's very difficult for me to do traditional art these days. If I am doing traditional, I'll usually be holding up my sketch up to, like, the lamp. All right, let's get some of that reflective light of the pink in here. It's the S tongue twisters that fuck me over because they cause my lisp to show up. I can definitely see that. Not because I know what your lisp sounds like, but because I know that is a struggle for people who have them. I don't know what letters I get hung up on. I know I get hung up on them a lot, though. So just kind of dismiss it as, I'll probably fuck that up. Flipping's handy, that's why I don't do it, because I'm a masochist. It's tucked away in Chapter 4, you know, the little town area where you get to walk around with Bendy. Yes, if you knock on this one door a bunch of times, the main human actor from Mystery Science Theater 3000 has a voice cameo saying, "Why are so many movies?" That's cool! I like that! I remember the area, but I don't know if I did that or not. That's really funny. All right. Need to darken up the floor a little bit so he's got some weight down here. Man, it's so wild to think it's September already. Apparently, the Meatly is a very big fan of the show. It's such a small thing. Most people don't find it unless Bendy points to the door, which isn't required. It's just helpful. Honestly, I really hope that whenever they do the movie, we'll get to see more of just, like, Bendy being cute. Because I feel like that was my favorite part. He's such a little guy. Let's get our reflection up here. And we've got another pink reflection coming across this side. Here's hoping. Having Bendy as our companion is one of the highlights of the series. I really want to return for the next game. I want it to return for the next game, which we finally have a title for. Ooh, what's the title? And hi, Katie, I see your message. I'm not sure why you highlighted a reply to the automatic message. Get his little nub up here. All right. Now we have the challenge of putting balls within him. Let's do that on a new layer. Ball. I'm just going to copy the ones that I see here already for the most part. Again, if we were trying to make this actually look like Popple, we'd be doing this a little different, but... Whee! Oh, damn! Throwing me into the ball pit just because I said balls. We are mature adults. I don't even know half of the stuff that's in Popple right now. Every once in a while, my mom will come back here with something she picked up at the craft store or something and just drop it down in him. I just stopped questioning it. Bendy and the Ink Factory has a Steam page with a few screenshots. Ooh, I'll go check that out after stream today. Kind of iffy on the name. It sounds like a fan game, which isn't bad. It's just not great. Oh, our ads are about to play in 1 minute. We might put that in after. All right, balls. Let's get your low light. Gonna need a lower light than that. Probably not going to spend a whole lot of time on these. Mostly just because I should have done them individually. And I didn't. And that's okay. Ads will be starting any second here. Not like I send you the image of Huggy Wuggy on fire that says balls. It's an ongoing joke in a friend group. That's a pretty good one. Man, I love how jokes like that manifest over time. Oh, there go our ads. They should be playing now. I'm gonna shape this one up a little better because he's kind of melting. Also, hello, Taku! I don't know if you can hear me right now because the ads are playing. Oh dear, hello. That was the wrong brush. Free from ad jail! Hooray! You know what's really funny is I painted these eyes in Popple, meaning They're just ping pong balls that I painted eyes on. But now I'm painting the painted eyes. The art's getting too meta. The eyes. I've wanted to do a Halloween, like, I guess animation. I don't know how I would go about doing it, but I want to do something along those lines for Popple of all of the gumballs being eyes. Like, he's fine for a second, and then he blinks his normal 2 eyes, and then all of a sudden all of the gumballs open up into eyes. Like, I think that'd be a fun little Halloween thing. Just for the spook factor. Actually, it's almost Halloween. Should we bring out the Halloween Popple Cup? It's September. Why not? Let me go grab that. Where is he at? I wouldn't do this if we had already had some raids and bits and stuff, but we have not, so... Come on, buddy, you can do it. I believe in you. Oh, there he is! And preemptively full of candy corn! -1. Yeah, we have a Halloween Popple. We have a Halloween Popple, a Christmas Popple. I started a spring one, but I don't think I ever finished it. I was going to have one for every season, but...
We got a boomer!
Welcome, Friendly! And Shadow! Welcome to both of you. We've just switched over to our Halloween Popple Cup. He has decided to present candy corn upon his arrival. What's everyone's feeling towards candy corn? Been doing more doodles of Guinevere. Yes! So I deliberately have not looked at the art channel because I saw that the trailer had come out and I had not watched it. I threw it on really quick right before stream, but I don't really think I processed or absorbed any of it. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. It looks really cool though. I want to go back and watch it and like pay attention to the details and actually see like what the characters are and like what's going on, because holy shit, there's so much to take in. I like 1 or 2 pieces and then I'm done. Won't spoil a thing, but I'm really excited for it. I'm excited to see all the art you've been doing for it. It's the person who made the owl house. Yeah, Dana Terrace. Candy corn is mid, but good if you can do something creative with it. I've always wanted to try making candy corn, what is it, vodka, where you just soak it in the alcohol. I don't know what that would even result in other than like alcohol that just now tastes like subpar candy, but I feel like you could do some fun stuff with it. Personally, I'm a much bigger fan of what Tot and I have both called for the longest time now, shitty pumpkins. You know what I'm talking about? Like they're just candy corn, but they're in the shape of pumpkins. For some reason, something about being in the shape of a pumpkin makes them much more appealing candy-wise. Friend is showing me the owl house to introduce me to Dana Terrace's work. Anyway, about to start another episode. I'll be lurking. Enjoy it! Enjoy it, but be aware. I'm sure your friends already told you. The show did unfortunately get canceled, and it's very, very obvious where it got canceled. So it is a little rushed at some parts, especially towards the end. Like the full final season, unfortunately, is just very... It didn't get to live up to its full glory. It's still good. But like it's just very clear, like, ugh, it's gonna break your heart because you know what it could have been. Ever used candy corn for turkey-shaped cupcakes? It's so good. Oh, that's cute. I have seen them before, but I've never tried to do it myself. You know, it's a harvest holiday, but corn? They completed it? Yeah, they did complete it. They completed it against Disney's will. Because Disney was not having it. Wasn't there like a fan-made Kickstarter or something to help complete the project too? I don't remember if that's accurate or not. Please do not cite that as proper information because I have zero sources. Merely a guess at best. Oh yeah, I watched Sheep Rampage's video of him beating all the chapters of Poppy Playtime and remembered the... Oh, that I only beat Catnap with a glitch. Oh? Man, Catnap's boss fight was something. I did not enjoy that fight. I liked the idea of it, but the execution, I think, just fell flat. Alrighty. We've got our balls. We need our bar going across the center. It'd be easier to do this in dark. Okay. And now all we need, I believe, is our highlights. So we'll do one more layer on top of the balls. Actually, I really quick want to do just some airbrush on one side here. So I will make a new layer and clip that. I want to take our darker grayish red here. No. Make this big. Just enough, just a little, to add a bit more of the contrast. And to you. Good. And we will flatten that on with the rest of our gumball machine. I'm going to just sharpen this one edge down here a little bit. And then we want to have a nice white, bright line coming through here on top of it to represent that edge of the glass. It's a bit thick. Good enough. And the rest comes down to doing highlights, which I'm going to try something weird. I'm going to just do a layer of white first on another layer above. Never done it this way, but I am here. Show me the Ban Ban warm-ups. I didn't do them. I did painting instead. The glitch let some doors still be shut even though I had pulled out the batteries, so I only dealt with 2 halls and the ceiling for Catnap to come. I saw somebody did find a way to like trick Catnap, or his AI, so that as long as you have him up in that top area, that top door, like the trap door up top, and don't fully hold it shut, he can never leave. So it like traps him and he can't go down the hallways anymore. Or appear down the hallways. I wonder if they patched that out. You ever thought about doing a paint along to Bob Ross? I've thought about it. I'd kind of want to do that with some friends though, to be honest. See, I love paint parties. I think they're super fun. All right, now I'm going to change this brush so that instead of adding more paint, we're going to just completely dilute it. That was not the correct. Still not correct. What setting do I want? Thank you, baby! I'd love to, except for me it would be mouse and MS Paint, which I think can still give some interesting enough results. I think so! There we go. That, or we could always try and do it in VR, because I love the life drawing world in VR. I've always wanted to, like, just spend a day or a couple of hours doing an collective group art day, where we all just sit and paint in there. A little too heavy still on the left side, which is not the side that I'm currently messing with, even though I said that that was the side that was heavier. Sometimes when I'm doing art, my brain will just be like, okay, that's a problem, and we need to deal with that after we deal with this problem.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Shadow. Alright, I think we're ready for the good highlights now. So we'll want pure white. Got like a double highlight thing going on here. Did you watch the Poppy Playtime Retold videos? I didn't! I completely forgot about them. I'm so sorry. That was not intentional at all. I 100% just did not think about them the entire weekend because I had company over. Sorry, I forgot we have another, like, swipey highlight right here. Alright, now we're gonna have to get into the details with this. Because we've got like a... Actually, let me turn my density down for these lighter highlights back here. It's still a bit too high. funny because I'm realizing now what things can be reflected off of Popple, because the reflection that I'm putting in right now is a shelf that I have. But it's such a specific design. I do think that hands down, this is going to be the reason why I don't paint this way for the final. Thank you for the posture check. I'm surprised it doesn't show more, but he actually has a lot of yellowing on his dome. He was probably originally stored in like a convenience store. I don't actually know his origins of this particular gumball machine. But because of how yellowed he is and what condition he is in, he looks like he was definitely used. I mean, he was used. He's sticky. But he looks like he was used kind of frequently. So I'm thinking he probably was in an actual store. That's not quite where that is. But I think that was also during the time frame in which like heavy smoking, like heavy public smoking was still a thing. And I think that's why he's yellowed so much. I don't see it as a bad thing though. I think it just adds character. I like that he tells a story with his existence. Got some shiny things on that one shelf there. What shelf is that? Oh, I have a Sun and Moon plush that has actual bells on it, and that's what those are. That's funny. Blend out a little bit more of that one spot there that I'm not super keen on. In fact, I might even erase it a little bit. Because there's kind of a harsh cut there. Let's try it. Yeah, now we're looking good. wonder if Popple would have smoked. I guess it would depend on what time frame he was from. All right, let's put a couple of little highlights on our metal parts on his chest, and we will call that done. I definitely have a better feel for what I want to do now, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this is the style that we're gonna be painting that other piece in. I forgot his queen slot. We'll real quick put something on there to make it not look like I completely forgot about that. Again. Oh wait, I'm doing all of this on the layer that's not actually Popple. That's alright, we can just merge everything now. Okay. I would say that's a good warm-up painting. I'm gonna go ahead and crop the rest of our background. Bada bing, bada boom. We've painted a boy. How long was that? How long have we been live? 1.5 hours? Fuck yeah! That was a good time. That was a fantastic time. God, digital painting goes so much faster than traditional painting. Greg, your skill is incredible. This came out so cool. Thank you! It's a very, very good learning experience. I definitely know what I don't want to do now. But I have a better idea of what I'm going to have to do, which is good. Let's go ahead and cut this down to size. Should I go ahead and post this? It'll take me a minute to get it ready for that, but... Oh my god, we did that whole thing and I didn't save once. It's fine! It's totally fine. Playing dangerous games.
Bet I can smash that.
No, don't smash Popple. He doesn't have good insurance. Alright, saved that. Oh, you know what? If I post it, I'm gonna have to put a watermark on it, and we'll just worry about that tomorrow.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. Man, I am not, like, ready to adjust to it getting darker out so early now. It's only gonna get worse. Alright. That was good. I feel very confident in the direction that I'm aiming to go now. Oh, hello, Lewis. It's been 2 months since Jurassic World Rebirth was already out in cinemas. After seeing what's been going on, turns out I felt wrong about Rexy's appearance. She was instead replaced by a new T-Rex named Ember. Regardless of what everyone thinks of the film series or the book itself, I still enjoy it as an actual dinosaur lover. But how could I blame Steven Spielberg for this? Very informative. Thank you, Lewis. I still haven't seen the newest movie, and I'll be honest, I probably won't go out of my way to go see it. Not that I have anything against it, it's just that with the way that it's gone, the Jurassic World series isn't the same. Like, it doesn't have the same feeling as the way Jurassic Park felt. And I've just kind of lost interest. And I think that that's okay. I think that's something that we've been conditioned for so long to feel like is not an okay response, but it is. You're allowed to outgrow things, especially after, what, 20 years? Almost 30? No, it's been 30 years. Oh god, teeth!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits. Sad tiger noises. My PC's fan OS malfunctioning, and until my dad gets home, we don't know if it's a fixable issue or if I gotta buy a new one. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Did they change the front-facing baby chick emoji? Finally got my new Discord account to join the server. Where do I put the link for the Farah Animations Poppy Playtime Retold? If you want, you can just pop that into the Show and Tell channel. I try and go back and check those. But that's where everything that we talk about during the live stream goes to keep it from cluttering up the rest of the server. Also, Katsu, I'm very sorry to hear about your PC. If it is a fan issue, hopefully you'll be able to get it replaced very cheaply and easily. Fans are usually not super expensive, but I don't know if you have anything fancy or that needs to have like a particular piece. I'm hoping for the best for you. Let's jump back over to our stargazing image. This is the one that we were working on last time. And the problem with this is that we did a miniature version to thumbnail out the rest of the background. But in doing so, we've actually misaligned it because we had to reposition the characters. And now I have to go back into our sketch and figure out what parts we're going to move to realign it with that. I kind of had everything broken out into a lot. I don't know if we're going to keep any of these other parts. Because Popple, which layer are you on? You're on that layer. We had a different hand here that I kind of like. But with that one, we also lose a lot of the detail of the rest of his arm. And we don't get to see his cute soda. Moss is all on one layer. But we also have several other arm positions for Moss. We have the cup lifted up a little higher. That would let us see a little bit more of the chest, which I don't particularly want, actually. So I like that lowered position. Oh, that was one that we were trying to lean forward more. Another hand position. And another hand position for Popple. Now that one's not so bad. Hold on. Still not as good as the one that we've got. I like the action. The movement is so much better. Well, let's go ahead and flatten everything. Or at least all of our sketchy stuff right now. We need you to stay a little bit more opaque. All right, now we're going to turn that layer back on, and we're going to make that opaque. We are going to line up Moss and Popple to where they are on this image. Ah, we have a share a positive thought. From... Ooh. What? Oh, okay. That's weird. They've changed the way that looks. We have share a positive thought from Katie. And what has Katie said here? I'm going to have to translate this. I'm sorry, I do not speak Spanish. The drawing is nice in Spanish just to annoy. Thank you, Katie. They turned Jurassic Park into a cash grab, in my opinion. That opinion is valid. Yes, but I do admire the works of Spielberg himself. Absolutely. Which, alongside Saturday morning cartoons, Wholesomeness, and The Chocolate Factory, they all motivated me to make my own mascot. Spielberg is an inspiration. Absolutely. Honest to God, like, back when I was trying so hard to be able to work in the film industry, because that's what I wanted to do as an artist, I wanted to be a practical effects artist. I wanted to be the one making the monsters and making the costumes and all that fun stuff. But that was like top tier dream, being able to work with Spielberg on something. Young Spielberg. But Spielberg nonetheless. How does Popple drink the soda? We're not going to worry about that. I have to do like a series of stupid animations to figure out how Popple like drinks or eats things. Because currently, we actually have an emote, which I'll pull up here since it would be bigger. But this is my favorite emote of Popple. where he's not actually drinking. He's just sassily pouring the cup of orange juice against his mouth, or where his mouth would be. Katie's having a lot of fun over here. But one of my theories for how Popple eats is or drinks and eats is just pouring it in his head or putting the food in his head. Like I had an image idea or an animation idea for having him put like a low poly turkey leg in his head and then just giving it a second or two before it just out of existence. The pinky. He's sassy. I'll admit he did start his filmmaking roots in Arizona, where he began filming independent short films before getting a job at Universal with films like Jaws, E.T., and Back to the Future. Yeah, that's just kind of like the golden era of film, I feel. It was during a time where we had a thriving economy, where we had expendable income for doing things purely for the sake of creativity. It wasn't all this, budget is what decides how good a movie is, not writing or storytelling or anything like that. I feel like this one I don't know, maybe I need to bring it down more. I kind of like him like a little more lopsidey. Looks like he's got his head tilted down a little more like this. I don't know. Something feels a little off with it, but we'll fix it. But yeah, during that whole time frame of filmmaking and whatnot, we could just do more. We could be more experimental. It didn't matter as much if a movie was a flop. But these days, I don't know, being a box office flop is like the end of the fucking universe to most of Hollywood. It doesn't matter if the movie is garbage. It doesn't matter if it looks like shit. And that makes me upset as an artist because I don't want it to look like shit. In fact, I would like it to look as good as it possibly could. I want to be passionate about this project. I want to create. I want the world to see something amazing. That's the point. What the fuck is the point of entertainment without creativity, of entertainment without passion? That's like saying that you want to listen to music that's made by AI because, okay, it's just sound. That's all you're doing is listening to sound. You're not listening to music. You might be listening to the technical definition, but you can't just make music out of nothing. There needs to be passion behind it. There needs to be creativity. There needs to be a soulful element. And that's why those films back in the day, it shows just how much they cared and how much they were enjoying themselves and having fun, and there's passion. There's passion, and I miss it. The greatest inspiration that pushed me to be creative at all was watching the clips from the behind the scenes of the original Jurassic Park movies. I mean, they didn't just settle for what was available at the time. They reinvented the entirety of film media to make that movie exist. CGI was invented for that movie. Not only that, but it was created for this movie to enhance the practical effects that already were beyond any had ever been in any film. While they were working on the Rex animatronic, she ended up getting too big while they were creating it. So what did they do? They didn't downsize the dinosaur. They built a new roof onto the building. They extended the size of the building that they were making her in. Because that was better than having to downsize their T-Rex. Everybody who worked on those movies were so passionate about everything that they were doing. That's the kind of stuff that I want to work for. I want to be able to work with a team like that one day. I want to work on something big. I want to bring something to life. Why make a new story when you can remake the same movie over and over again? Yeah. Also, hi, D-Cruz. I don't think I said that earlier. May as well turn on rain sounds at that point. Mood, I think back to watching our old VHS of Disney's Peter Pan, which had a behind-the-scenes look at the end. Seeing the magic of how the film was made gave me a taste for wanting to make magic happen. Exactly, yes. I believe in you. Thank you. I want to make my own show, but I have no money for it. You don't need money. Yes, you need money to get it seen, but to create? Baby, you can do that right now. That's what we're doing here. Pick up a pencil and join us. You don't have to be good at it. You don't have to make it perfect. You just have to make it exist. And that's what this time is for. That's what we're here for. I have no idea how many years I've got left on this earth, but I want to spend every single one that I have left trying to make something. Trying to bring some kind of something into this world. I want to make magic. A handshake, you get it. Yes! Firmly grasp your creative tools and make something great. We will make magic one step at a time. This is very inspirational. Speaking of all things CGI, I read an article where Christopher Waltz just let out a remark, CGI is for losers. No joke, he actually blabbed it out. That's really funny. And it does make me sad because CGI is not a bad thing. CGI is a good thing. But just like AI and things like that, it has not been used for good things. CGI has merely been abused to death of becoming the, oh, we don't want to actually put in the real work, we'll just make it look fancy and cover it up with a bunch of particle effects. But like 3D animation and shit, that still goes hard. All right, what am I doing here? I don't really need to be cleaning this part up. What I need to do is commit to the line work. His butt still looks a little weird, but that's probably just because of how he's sitting. In fact, I don't think you would even see that much of him. I think we need to scoop Popple a little bit. That's going to be tricky for having flattened this already, but let's see what we can do about it. Hello, Miss Bronx. Something something moderation. After Davy Jones, CG went downhill. Absolutely, yes. Don't really mind computer animation, but CGI is where I heavily agree with Christopher in this case. So much work went into every crease of Davy Jones' skin. Now that is a passion work. Yeah. I've seen people make that argument for Weh! Oh, hi Kirk. How are you? I'm doing good. We're talking about movies and how they've changed over time, the production of them and everything. How have you been? Even have a plan for my show, make a 3D model and color it with 2D coloring and add a grease pen. Go for it. I don't actually know anything about how to use the grease pen yet. I can't wait to learn that stuff. All right, Popple, let's scoot you over some. Because I think oh, wait, that's gross. Okay, now we can scoot. Diversion. All right, just got off work and making dinner. No, that just reminded me I have a stomach and the stomach craves food. That definitely feels more normal for him to be sitting at that angle. I think we're losing a little bit of our finger, though. We also get a bad tangent from Moss's shoulder. All right, hold on. Let's consider. If we just push you down a little bit more, that can kind of work. And then we can scoot your legs a little bit more this way. Let's try that. Whee! One of these days you're going to catch me with a perfect censorship. Have you ever heard of bulgogi? I don't believe so. Grease pen can just do the outlines, so I just have to rig and animate and add a grease pen, and it does it automatically. Oh, shit! That's really cool. Also, our ads are about to play in 1 minute here. Speaking of movies, my dad was going on his obsession with Dune again. I have never watched Dune. Or read it. It's a type of Korean beef. Oh! Yes. Okay, so I have heard of it. I've never had it before. Is it good? That looks a lot better, I think. Kind of hate that this is so blank in the corner here, but we can always put like a watermark there or something. Freestyle lines in Blender is my jam. Is it hard? You guys are making it sound like it's like a really easy to pick up thing. I've never tried it before. Maybe I'll play around with that on Thursday. Oh, also, in case you guys aren't aware, tomorrow, Wednesday, is usually our gaming day. We're going to start it doing some gaming like usual, but we are only going to be doing that for probably maybe 1 or 2 hours before we trade off and pick up again on our collab that we were working on with blah, blah, blah. Yes, with Rosie. Oh, and there go our ads. All right, that looks good for Popple. We need to fix this arm on Moss, though. So we're just going to take this here and delete it. Oh, that deleted the wall too. We want to keep the wall. There we go. A lot of people love Dune and say it's the next big blockbuster like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, but I'm not even close to people. I was wondering about your collab. Yeah, we're going to pick it back up again tomorrow, and I'm excited to. Now I'm in ad hell. Oh no! Got a 30 or a 10-second ad. Oh. Twitch really needs to get on top of that because it's telling me that there's still an ad break running and will continue to run for another 1 minute and 30 seconds. But I feel like 9 times out of 10 it's wrong. Didn't get an ad. My ad block doesn't block Twitch's invasive ads. Mine doesn't block them either. We have another share a positive thought from Katie, also in Spanish, so I'm gonna go ahead and translate it. It's fun to redeem a censorship. Clearly the best 400 points invested. Personally, in case I missed what you said, I don't think Dune is the next Star Wars or Lord of the Rings. I can't imagine it would be. I really don't know how anything could reach that level these days. It's not to say it's a bad thing or anything. It's just one of those, unless they start advertising it that way and start pushing for it to become that, I don't think it ever will. Which isn't a bad thing. I don't think we need another Lord of the Rings or Star Wars. Ooh. Wee! Hello, Autobot Medkit! Good to see you! I hope you've been doing well. Avoiding getting sick. Everybody's been getting sick lately. I don't know how I feel about that sleeve. Wee.
This is beautiful.
Thank you! Popple, we're definitely going to use your arms to hide a lot of this jacket situation. Big stretch. Thank you, Katie. I'm broke on redeem points. That's all right. Thankfully, they build up over time whether you're doing anything or not. Might just have to hope for the best with the perspective on this one arm here. Not in love with it, but... might be best if we just let Popple's leg hide as much of it as we can. I guess we also need to decide if Moss is on the other side of this or not. Because originally I said yes, and now I'm thinking no. And we have another share a positive thought. Remember, if you ever feel useless, there are sidewalks, buses, and taxis in the movie Cars. You know, I hadn't thought of that. There's also a Pope. Was there a Car Jesus? Is there a Cars Bible? What kind of car would Jesus be? God, I hope there is. I love the Pope Mobile. They made it as a toy. It's a toy? I love that. I love that for kids. Can they even read the Bible? Find out on film theory. World War II happened in cars? What the fuck? I don't like this timeline anymore. I want to do something weird real quick. I'm going to move Popple's whole head because I think that a different angle might work better. I don't know if we lean him back a little more. I don't hate tilting his head back a little bit more. Let's see if flipped. He looks more involved with what he's saying with his head back a little more. I don't know about the angle, though. Again, we're dealing with that tangent line again. Oops. We're kind of dealing with it already, though. What is he saying? Good question. He feels like he's talking about something that seems to annoy him a little bit. that everybody seems to think is such a big deal. Probably talking about something existential. Like how people are never happy. That feels like the kind of late night conversation that I would have with a friend. Bring up how he would eat, and I thought the food would lose polygons until it disappeared. That's another very good idea. Popple, why does everyone ask me for candy? People always ask, who is Popple? No one ever asks, how is Popple? Let's bring this elbow up a little higher. I think this arm is going to frustrate me. That's a little better. I'll just have to remember that that's the arm. I could also see him be like bitching about Jax or something, be like, yeah, oh, you're so traumatized. Well, guess what? We all are. Just being very catty about it. I really don't want to draw hips. Would it look bad if I took moss and put them behind? If anything, maybe it would make that fence stand out a little better, or that whatever it is that they're sitting on. I enjoy writing in Spanish and having to translate it for Frag, and then I can read it in English. Think it looks better with the hips visible? Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, making me draw shit. Now I guess I have to decide if I'm gonna have Moss in an outfit or not. Something hips don't lie by Shakira. No frowny face. Your critique is definitely being taken into consideration, and I think it is correct. I'm just being hard on myself because I don't like drawing things that are hard, and all art is hard. So it's a very masochistic relationship. That mean that Moss is also in the circus for Popple to talk with Moss? Potentially. Although I'll be perfectly honest, I'm thinking of just kind of making some sort of cyberspace-esque world universe to just call home at this point. Not because I want to, like, disconnect Popple from Digital Circus or anything, but just... He's kind of become his own thing enough at this point that I don't feel like he needs to be tethered to it quite as intensely. Because eventually, unfortunately, Digital Circus is going to end, and I don't want that to cause us to drift from our boy. Digital Circus may have to end, but he does not have to. He can come with us wherever. All right, leave Popple alone. You're distracting yourself from drawing hips. Let's take our background elements from the thumbnail. We are going to redact the characters. All right, now we can keep that kind of faded behind us now so we have an idea. If that happens, I may have to either resort... Wah! If that happens, I may have to either resort to other indie animated shows or I'll do it myself. Fuck yeah! That's what I want to see more of. I want to see more communal efforts of just creation. I want indie animation. I want animation that sucks. I want bad art. I don't care. I just want people to make stuff. I want people to be passionate about making stuff. Let's try and clean up some of the parts of Moss here. I think I am just going to keep Moss clothingless, sans the jacket. I just kind of like the silhouette we've got going on. This is going to look weird, though. Okay, well, maybe we'll have to do pants. Made me think of Reboot on how its world is. The main frame, but with internet access. Yeah, something like that. Some kind of like VR something or other. I don't know. It's fun stuff. There's a lot to play with. Let's actually play with the way this jacket lays. We had it like a crop top jacket before. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm leaning to the side a little bit, which has caused me to push the whole canvas over, and you guys can't see shit. Must already got the boots with the fur.
Superstar! I knew you could do it.
Probably need to pull Moss's neck a bit more forward here. I haven't decided which of these lines I'd like to keep for the neck. I'm gonna look up like some Japanese street fashion or something. Because I don't know what kind of pants go with stuff like this. I'm not like a high fashion person, if that's not blatantly obvious. Part of the reason, honestly, the whole reason why my avatar is unclothed is predominantly because A, back when I designed Moss, furries were not really clothed very often. And now that's become a newer trend over the last, like, 10 years here, where furries now have outfits. But two, I just don't enjoy designing clothing. Brightly colored, high-waisted jeans were pretty popular, though. I wonder how that would look. Leather with a gold buckle. I used to have leather pants, actually. Nothing like squonking your way down a hallway and leather pants and tall, clumpy boots. All right, how high-waisted will we have to go, though? Oh my god, Bronca baby. You need me to get that itch for you? You got it? Good girl. Weh! That one startled me a little because I'm not looking at the screen. Alright. Worst thing that can happen is it looks bad. If you're scared to do it scared. These are not the pants necessarily that Moss will have to be wearing. I am just looking for a reference of pants so that I can fucking attempt to draw them. Can you tell that for the bulk of my artistic career I've only drawn robots and furries? What angle would that even actually be on? Kind of more like that. If they're high-waisted, they'd be... Oh god, why would I do this to myself? Oh no, high-waisted, but with an elongated pelvis. I'm just setting myself up for failure. Maybe we could do something cute with these little belt loops. Wah! Now you're all trying to censor me.
If you become lightheaded from
Wait.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cat. Matt's diversion. If you want to attack somebody, go attack each other. You know your dinosaurs can do that, right?
Did you remember to save
I have
all of your
not.
files?
Thank you, because we haven't saved once again. I'm sorry. Here, this should be how it works. Yeah, look at that. Don't worry, you'll come back in a second. Wee! Here, I'll make it up to you. Or not. What the fuck? How am I inside of Popple? What happened? Hello? Popple, why did you eat me? And I'm headed right back up there again. I didn't banish you, I just bit you a little bit. Oh, and if the text prompts don't work, you can always use the controller that's actually built in to Stream Elements. I'm sorry, Stream Avatars. That would be, if you're on desktop, the twinkle beside my head. If you click that, there'll be a little controller option on one of the windows. I don't know how well that angle for the top of the pants works. Popple, your hand has once again gotten in the way a little bit. Let me look up some crop top jackets and see what we can find for that. Yeah, they usually have like a bungee cord cable. Actually, I have one similar to this. We could zip it up. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's consider that. Partially zipped, we wouldn't have to see that. We could just have the bungee cord part and some puffiness. And then we could still have our fluffies. I don't know about that, though. Because in order to make that puffiness show, I'm pushing it down so much lower than they would normally sit. They're like, they cut off pretty close below the breast. Yeah, it's just not really working out. So instead, I guess we could have it. Honestly, I think where we have it already might be our best option. Having it just kind of sneak behind Popple's hand there. I'm probably worrying way too much about this. This is good practice, though. This is stuff that I need to be working on. Daily Dark Humor, why is America bad at chess? Because we lost 2 towers. What kind of shirt would go under this? I'm trying to think of like 80s retro fashion. Usually I think they would just throw a mesh top on and call it a day. Dude, I hate when you look up for things like 80s fashion and you get mostly 90s. Like, nah, bitch, I did grow up in the 90s. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, fuck it. I kind of like the shirtless look. I'm totally not procrastinating, by the way. You can't prove anything. Let's correct that hand here. Uh-oh. Did our hey bitch not come through? Oh, no, there it is.
bitch!
Just very delayed. Hello, Cart Kid. If you happen to speak Spanish, feel free to engage with Katie. Unfortunately, most of us do not. But Katie has been a pleasant company for the most part. Let's see, I'll go ahead and translate that for us. Disturbing fact, did you know that in Ecuador, every 58 minutes a person's heart stops beating? Meaning it's skull? Mostly because of criminal gangs. I did not know that. That's very unfortunate. I can't say things are much different around here, though, because, well, I grew up near Baltimore. Alright, let's refine the fingers on this hand a little more, and then I think we'll be ready to ink. Should probably get the can to look more correct first, actually, because if you're gonna ever... This is a good tip for you guys, actually. If you are ever going to draw someone interacting, like a person or an animal or whatever interacting with something in the background or a prop or anything of that sort, always draw the object first. So your background should always be drawn first before you put the person in that space if they are interacting with something. And the reason for that is because if the unmoving thing is there first, it will depict the weight and transfer of that weight much better to actually have that anchor point there. Because we started so late today, I'm probably going to let our time run over, especially given how much I'm totally not procrastinating and scared of making this actual inked and colored. All right. Fingies. So such a tough angle was the problem. Normally I would try and stylize the fingers much more. But because of this angle, it's gonna be a little tricky. Hmm. Overthinking is my enemy. Don't think too much when you guys do art. Don't be like me. Because I start to overthink and I'd be like, oh, okay, this looks good, but is it going to look weird does this look all right, or does this look weird from a funny angle? I don't know. The hands look maybe a little bit too big. I could make them a little smaller. No. Trust your gut. If it doesn't look perfect, that's fine. It's not supposed to. You will never, ever, ever reach perfect. And perfect is not the point anyway. Top 5 most disturbing voices? Most of the time you guys say that my voice is soothing. Ah. We have another positive thought. Picasso has a weird art style and all of his stuff is famous. Ain't that the truth? That is a very good point, Shadow. What? Well, hello, Mallet. Long time no see. I hope you've been doing well. What have you been getting into all this time? Good things, I hope.
Popple, you can't say that.
I can say all the hope I want. Chaos. Life just wouldn't be life without a little bit of chaos. How do I want to do this spot here? So I like our curve drop off here. That's really nice. Just like that? That's it? I don't know about that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. That does look nice. Like something's off about our pants a little bit down here. Started to get stick drift on my VR controllers. No! I've been dealing with that for ages now, too. I've considered taking them apart and trying to replace the stick the same way that I did on my Switch controllers, but Quest controllers are a little bit more complicated than them.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
got a boomer!
Thank you, baby. Hi, Snake. And a big stretch. Posture check. All of the above. Another positive thought. It's just a series of emojis. How's it going, Snake?
Oh, this is beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Mucho texto.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Shadow. The only thing I could think to do for some kind of shirt, something or other, would be to have the fluff kind of just hanging out from the top. And then just have it like tuck in. Not the worst idea. Let's bring our shoulder over just a little bit more. Uh-oh. Are we running low on stars? We can fix that. Let's try and get some of these to fly a little higher this time. It's a tricky game. Really undecided on how I would like to do this whole region. Let's go ahead and erase that fluff and erase the jacket behind Popple's hand, because nothing behind there matters. This part of the neck's still bothering me. I think we need to fix it. Wish you lived where? Ah. I was unfamiliar with the term, but that is apparently slang for America.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Hi, Ink Bleeder. How's it going? Screwed up my sleep schedule. Welcome to the club. I can't remember the last time I didn't have a screwed up sleep schedule anymore. Playing too much No Man's Sky. That game overwhelms me. I think part of my trouble with this area is that I put the fluff up a little higher than where it would have begun on the chest. You have sleep schedules? Speaking of games, when Deltarune? That's a good question! So I was talking with Rosie about that earlier today, and part of the trouble that we've run into is that she has a friend who had assumed that they were going to be playing Deltarune together. And they made that assumption without really having a conversation with her about it. And so they have not taken well to the idea of her doing it on stream with me. And we want to talk to them about it and make sure that everything is all hunky-dory and make sure that everything's okay. So no one feels like they're being left out and no one feels like they're being walked on and everything like that. Just one of those miscommunication things. But hopefully, with that in mind, since we're going to be able to hopefully talk to them about it this week and make sure that no feelings are hurt and everyone is good, we should potentially be able to try it again this weekend. Fingers crossed. No guarantees. It does, but I will refrain from having my opinions vocalized too much about it. Also, our ads are about to begin in 1 minute here. I missed what you said. Oh, I did miss what you said. Frag, with the looming of the funeral for my auntie, it's been hard, but I'm doing my best. Oh. Big hugs for Snake. It's a tough time, but you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be able to get through this. It's all an important part of the process. And that has uppies? Absolutely! I had to catch you. You're hanging out with your doppelganger. back to this. I think once I figure out what's going on with the neck, this will make this whole area a little bit easier. Oh, regardless of whatever that situation is, though, Inkbleeder, actually, can you hear me? The ads are going on right now. Yes, okay, good. Regardless of whatever that situation ends up being, I will still be playing Deltarune one way or another. Just don't know if Rosie will be able to join for that. But if it ends up being more of an issue than what we thought it would be, then we'll just deal with that later, and I will continue the adventure solo. Because I'm still interested in playing it no matter what. I want to have a genuine, informed opinion. Oh my god, Bronx! Baby girl! Hey, can you quit licking so loud? Thank you, baby. No worries, I just kind of wanted to see your full thoughts on it since you're a big Undertale. Yeah! I am excited for it. I've been trying to look more into just Deltarune stuff without spoilers. Like, trying to get a vibe for how the fandom sees these characters and whatnot. There's been a lot more of a Tenna and Spamton ship art that's found its way to my dash, but I blame Rosie for that because she's the one who's been kind of hooked on it. Also, hello, Kevin! Been working? Want to give a nice hello while brain is still properly active. Good to see you, Kevin. In fact, let's get you a shout out because Kevin's been playing my favorite Zelda game of all time, Wind Waker. And if I'm not sure, is this your first time playing Wind Waker? Kevin has done some awesome artwork. You've seen some of it shared from Zatani, who has recently commissioned them. Or I don't remember if it was a commission or a gift or what. You'll have to clarify that for me, Kevin. I've played no Zelda games. Oh, you picked the best one. Top 3 Zelda games. Ooh. Wind Waker's definitely my top favorite. Breath of the Wild is pretty high up there. Mine are Wind Waker, Spirit Tracks, and Breath of the Wild. I never played Spirit Tracks. Oh, I completely forgot about the handhelds. Shit. That makes it harder. Wee! Cinema. What was the one? A Link Between Worlds. That was a pretty good one. I liked that one a lot. I don't know if that was gonna be in my top 3, though. The ones that took me through the biggest adventure, I feel, were Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Majora's Mask. And I feel like Majora's Mask is a bit overrated. I do like it, but I know it's not It's not the best Zelda in terms of gameplay. It's arguably, like, I don't know. I feel like Ocarina of Time would be what I should say, if that's the direction I'm headed with it. But I like Majora's Mask. I love the masks. I love Majora. I now understand the bird evolution. I just learned it today. Yeah, that was an interesting plot direction for them to have taken things. But it worked out in the end, because without it, we would never have the Rito. Well, we have a positive thought again from Katie, who I'm going to have to put this once again through a translator. Betito eating nuclear waste with an infinite pool in green lycra while the morning person tables him even if they criticize him. I don't know if that one translated clearly. I'm afraid I don't really understand what you're saying, Katie. But I appreciate the want to share a positive thought. Don't forget the one where they had Link dress up in different costumes. Which one was that? That was a couple different ones, I think. I've done Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, and now I'm at Wind Waker, and so far Wind Waker is my favorite. Hell yeah. With the other colored links. Oh, right, Four Swords! And the Minish Cap. I never played that one either. Doesn't have to be the best to be valuable. It can be your favorite and not the best. Absolutely. Majora's Mask scared the shit out of me as a kid. Same! Stopped playing once I got to Icona Canyon. Majora's has my favorite villain so far. Playing as Link in Wind Waker is what makes it really amazing. Also, lots of birds. I love my birds. Surprisingly, not Four Swords, but a similar co-op gameplay. I'm struggling with these feathers. It's been a while since I've done any kind of fluff, though. They're awful jagged. It's okay. We'll make it work. Whole settings gimmick was everyone loves to dress up and cosplay. It's our economy and our blood. Oh, and in our blood. Oh, wait! You're talking about the one that was on the 3DS, I think. I vaguely remember that, but I don't think I ever played it because of that. I was too busy playing Luigi's Mansion at the time. Luigi's Mansion is a good game, or at least it's a decent series. I really liked the second one. I haven't played any of them after that. The first one was good, but I feel like the second one improved upon a lot of the areas that the second one needed, or the first one needed improvement. I don't even think you were saving Zelda just to look alike. Oh god. We've lost the plot entirely. This piece you've been working on is coming out amazing. Thank you so much! I know we haven't really done a whole lot compared to the last time that this one was pulled up, but I also started 2 hours late today, and we did a speed paint to get things started off. I'm very happy with how that turned out. Only reaction to that game was, I don't think anyone wanted this, Nintendo. Yeah. There's been a couple things that Nintendo have done like that I just kind of can't help but have the same reaction to. I might see again about trying to make this like a fluffy plumage hanging out of a shirt top. Cough, still a bitch, Poople. See Yoshi's Crafted World? You must play the Tingle games. I would love to play the Tingle games. As soon as I found out those existed, I was obsessed for so long. Tingle is an amazing character, and we need more we need more Tingle games. Boy, my fluffies are just not being fluffy tonight. Good enough for me. It's making the neck awful thin. We'll just push this further forward. Might need to pull that jaw back just a little bit. I don't know. I like it where it was. Maybe a happy in between. Oh, thank you, Kevin. Gotta be nice to Yoshi. Crafted World is delightful. But gosh, it did need better music. I was told about the Tingle games. I want to do them too. Tingle is like, I love him and I don't know why. He's amazing. Wait till you get to meet him in Wind Waker and do his whole thing. You've probably, I don't know if you've met him or not yet. I feel like you probably have at this point, but he has a unique role in Wind Waker. I want another Wario World or Wario Land. I want Waluigi to get a game. It doesn't have to be large, just something. I really feel like Waluigi and Daisy need their own games by now. Loved Wario Land 2 and 3. I played the first one, and I liked it, but we got stuck. Me and my sister got stuck on it at some point, and we never finished it. I do love the WarioWare games, though. I'm very glad that they've continued with them for so long. Waluigi and Wario are my favorite Mario characters. Yeah! We need a game that's just those two. I don't even care what it would be. Something's off about this sleeve, and I'm trying to fix it. Just gonna need to make a redeem of my own voice going, something's off about this. I feel like that's the one thing that I say more than anything on this channel. Princess Peach at least has 2 games now. True, yeah! One of my best friends growing up loved that first Peach game on DS. I never played that one, but I liked watching her play. I'm thinking the pants are off because we can see... I feel like they should be at like this kind of an angle, but Moss's body is twisted and they're putting their weight on that leg, so well, they're putting their weight on the back leg, so that would have pushed their hips up. Wait. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Thinking about it is what ruins it. Alright, I think we're probably at a point where we can start inking, hopefully. As soon as I get these claws on. Welcome back, Katie. It's Snecktember. You gotta at least draw 1 Sneck. Suggestion, no pant! We went through that earlier. We very heavily debated no pant. By 80s furry character rules or Sonic rules. Still not against it with the shirt. I don't know. I'm thinking we might have to show some belly. Either that or it's gonna have to look like it's tucked in. Like a tucked in shirt. Oops. I have accidentally made my browsing window 300% larger than it was meant to be! Whoops! Finally going to be able to draw again in a few days. My vision's getting better. Fuck yeah, Kevin! That's exciting! Let's see what we can do about this shirt, making it look a little bit more like it's tucked in. Bye. All right. See you later, Katie. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out with us. You happen to watch Vinny Vinesauce? I haven't for years. Not for any particular reason or anything. Just not something that was on my radar anymore. It would be... The fabric would be bunching on this side. I think that's a lost cause, honestly. That voice startled me. Fuck yeah, got me excited and motivated. Yeah! That's my goal. I want everyone to be excited and motivated to pursue their passions and to make things and to be amazing. I don't really watch their game stuff, but I watch their commercial chaos stuff for nostalgia's sake. But they recently did a segment called Trailer Trauma, where they look at old movie trailers. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I see the trouble that I'm running into here. So trying to do a tucked-in shirt is an issue because I drew Moss the way that I draw my own body proportions because I am a fairly tall individual. And the high-waisted pants don't go as high on Moss as they would on an average person because they have a longer torso. So the place that I'm expecting to put the folds for the shirt is not available. One of them was for a movie called Argo Man, a superhero whose power is literally mentally telling people to kill each other. And he just does it by waving his hand at people and saying, kill each other, kill each other. Wow, that's really fucking funny. Man. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to try something weird. This might be bad, but we're gonna try it anyway. Let's go ahead and... Do we want to merge this? Yeah. I think what we need to do here is try to shorten the length of Moss's torso and see what that can do for us. Does that seem better? Does that seem like it's more proportional? Or does that make everything worse? Hmm. Got that bad tangent again. That's a little better. Maybe. Oh. They hardly moved. That's okay. I think the other thing that might be tripping me up a little bit is just the placement of this arm still. But there's really not a whole lot I know how to do other than have that go over the other side of the brick wall that they're leaning up against, and that just kind of looks weird. Wait. It reaches a point where you do too much second guessing, you just never get to the art part, and I think that's what I'm struggling with. That looks a lot better, though. It looks weird because of where it is against Popple, but it's better than it was. I think the people behind Mystery Science Theater 3000 watched it on Rift Tracks. God, that does sound like one that they would watch, though. Just looked it up. I kind of love his design. I need to check it out. Also, Argoman's weakness if he... Oh shit, hold on. If that he loses his powers for 6 hours after fucking... No, I'm not... Oh my god. What an American hero. We are so close to finding the perfection point of this. Again, perfect's not real. We're not looking for perfect. But we're so close. I just don't like the way that the jacket's laying. We could make it longer. Let's try it. Let's go from the crop top jacket back to a regular, kind of puffier jacket. Or both. Maybe both. Maybe fill in that spot there that we don't like. Let's play with it. If anything, at least it gives us something that's a different texture in this area. Kind of feel like it looks weird, though. Getting caught up in clean sketch phase is a curse sometimes, because I love sketching more than anything, so I never want to leave it. Yeah! I might have a little bit of a commitment issue with this one. This will be my first larger piece since... Huh. October of several years ago. I want to say maybe 2017. It was around the time that we had moved. Once you start filling in the color, you probably won't have issues with the arm, maybe. Probably. This is all mostly just me being caught up in my own head with trying to pre-plan composition. Because composition's something that I've struggled with very much my whole life, to the point where I rewired my brain. So now I can't think of doing a drawing without prioritizing composition. And that's what all of this has been. Because in reality, I haven't even messed with our colors or anything yet. I haven't played around with line styles that I would like to try with it, because what matters right now is the silhouetting and making sure that everything lays out in a smooth, streamlined kind of way that draws your eye around the entire image the way it should be. Which is a lot of overthinking right off the bat. I'm trying to treat it like it's a comic book spread, I guess. Like a cover. But I think we're good. I like this, actually. This looks good. Maybe we'll put like a zipper here. Yep, I like that. This works for me. Which means I think we're just about done here. At least in terms of with the layout. I must brave the scary waters of inking something that has remained a sketch from conception. Give that a good save here. At some point, I need you to draw my 80s furry and token human OC gang. Also today, I was reminded that the Arby's Meat Mountain was a thing. Meat Mountain? Let's flatten this again. And we can delete all of our additional layers that we are not even going to look at anymore because we don't need them. Don't need to be second guessing them either. So we had our thumbnail originally, and then our cleanup where we sort of realigned everything to where we wanted it. Cleaned up little details that were a bit too vague. Clothed the bird. We actually have a couple different thumbnails that we started with. We had our first pass, our very, very rough. I like to call these sneeze sketches. I don't know if there's a proper term for it or not. But to me, I feel like I don't know if I see images in my head the way that other artists seem to. It's like I can see a clear image, but not really. Which is an oxymoron. It was a sandwich that had all of their meats on it and one slice of cheddar cheese. Jesus Christ. That's a heart attack waiting to happen. I want to question this emote sometimes, but my brain loves assuming it instead. I'll probably actually be phasing that one out of our emotes for Twitch soon, because the hot milk joke has kind of run its course, and I think it was at its end as I had brought it here. Yeah, we got our sneeze sketch, our somewhat cleaned up sketch, and our even more cleaned up sketch, and now we're gonna just go right into doing ink. I say. Still probably going to stare at it for a while without touching it, because I'm scared. Let's do an overlay of our background color once again. Normally, I would like to start with the face, but I'm scared. So I don't even know actually really what style of inking I want to try. I will cherish hot milk while I can then. Let me see. What good inking pens do I have? We could just use my regular inking pen. Potentially bump down the opacity for it? Let's take a look at that and see what that looks like. What do we try it on? I mean, Papa's hand stands out the most to me. Ooh. I like the thickness. I'm thinking too much. I wish the brain just had a shutdown mode that wasn't making me stupid. I want the benefit of being high and not having to think about things, but also being coordinated and being able to execute the thoughts that I do manage to have. I would like to try and embrace the tiny mistakes that occur along the way. I am pushing fairly hard with this brush. Might need to lighten this a little more still. It's an okay thickness. Normally with a piece like this, my first instinct is to go with very thin lines, but I'm kind of scared of doing that too. Just because I don't usually do thin lines. I'm not a thin line artist. I know it probably would look better or more recognizable as that style, but I don't really know if that's what I want. That's the hard part with this. I think that's honestly what a lot of people struggle with art, is just trying to decide things. Do I want this? Do I want that? Is this how I want this to look? And then also the struggle of trying to control things that they can't. I'm like that very bad when it comes to things like watercolors or traditional paints. Like, I feel like I should be controlling every little piece of the paint and everywhere it goes and wherever it blends naturally and everything. And that's not how it works. You can't control that stuff. There's some level of chaos that you have to embrace. Happy little mistakes. Do you use vector for line art? I should. I really should. I don't, though. I've freehanded all of my lines for as long as I can remember, and I only will ever really use the vector works for if it's something particularly difficult that I just can't seem to get right, or if I'm in a hurry and I absolutely just need to have this line cohesive. I love thin lines for more detailed work and thick lines when I get cartoony. Yeah! That's also been throwing me off a lot because I draw Popple way more cartoony than I draw Moss. I'm like, how do I blend the two of these? It's funny because I've been seeing a very strong resurgence coming out of the woodwork of more angular art styles starting to come back and become popular again. Which is a double-edged sword, because that's the kind of art style that I've always drawn in. And I was very heavily ridiculed for having such an angular art style throughout the bulk of high school, middle school. I don't know why. It was just something that was very, very intensely bullied from other artists. They did not like angles. They liked their curves. Which I get. Curves are pleasant. Curves are nice. But I like angles. I can be your angle or your devil. But now that it's coming back, and I'm seeing more younger artists starting to draw with very clear inspiration of the shows that I watched when I was a kid, I just kind of sit here like, this is cool. But I wish I hadn't gotten bullied about it. If I may ask, what inspired Popple, by the way? The Gumball Machine character world is very small, and Popple looks excellent and very original. Thank you! He was actually inspired by the Amazing Digital Circus. That was what he was made for originally, was as a fan character for it, which is why we have so much of the Digital Circus stuff kind of in reference to him. Everything is shapes, not everything is a circle. You did it before, it was cool. Nah, I was just doing it in the time frame that it was cool. But I don't know, things that are considered like cool or whatever, like people like to rag on. And so I guess because I was drawing so much of like what was popular on TV at the time, it was just kind of treated the same way as like people drawing a lot of anime and stuff. Because remember, when I was a kid, that's before things like Adventure Time. Adventure Time started while I was growing up, but before Adventure Time was pretty much just nitty-gritty. A lot of very angular action cartoons of the early 2000s. But when Adventure Time came around, suddenly we had an entirely unique new art style kind of throw itself into the ring. And it was very new, very exciting, very unique. And then suddenly everybody started to do that. And then we got Steven Universe, and that one was the one that really set all of the curvy, round art in stone for that younger age group. Random thing, but I feel like you'd like one of the adopt designs I made and would wound up keeping. A possum snake hybrid. Ooh. That sounds really cool. The Beanheads! Yes, the infamous Cal Arts Beanhead style. Even Gravity Falls suffers from Beanhead. Yeah, that was just sort of a trend for its time. It was easy, it was streamlined, it was very, very convenient for doing animation. It had all the right parts of the formula. Popple, I don't think we need this gap in your hand here, actually. I think we might need to move your thumb up a little bit or something. No. Forget everything I said, buddy. Something's weird there, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'd have to go find some Mickey Mouse reference or something. Can I DM it to you? Some episodes of Adventure Time made me tear up. And the true final episode of the series was a great way to end it. Yeah, you can DM me if you need to for something. I haven't actually watched all of Adventure Time if you're including like the continuations. Like where Finn grows up and stuff. I know they had like the BMO Noir. I didn't get to see those either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is your glove. It's the one where both Finn and Jake are dead and have one last adventure in the afterlife. Yes, I have not watched that. Nothing's stopping me at this point, though. Before, the issue was that I didn't have, what was it, HBO Max is what they're all locked on right now. But now I just fucking pirate that shit. I mean, stealing's bad, guys. Don't do that. You should definitely not go to watchcartoons.tv. Don't go to that website. I don't actually know if that's the one. I just have it bookmarked. DMD the possum snake. Her name is Citrine. Ooh. Oh, that is a cool design. I don't think I had any clue where the snake was going to come into play, and my brain did not think Naga, but Naga's a good idea. Do need to go in again and give her snake pits on her snoot. Possum plus anything is great. Possums have definitely gotten really popular in the last few years. Oh, looks like we are, hold on. 5-minute warning here for our ads. We are coming up on our 4th hour of the stream. Normally this would be around the time that we would be calling it quits. I'm going to push for at least another hour though, just because even though I'm hungry, I want to get more of this done. Might have to do a snack break at some point along the line. Actually, I will take a brief break. Let's see here. Okay, what I'll do is I will take a brief intermission during this ad break. We will jump to the away screen, and I will go take Bronx out. I will grab myself something to munch, and that way we'll be able to go the rest of those 2 hours uninterrupted. But we still have about 4 minutes before we have to do that. So this is just my regular inking brush, and I don't know if this is the style that I wish to go with. I think it'll be okay, though. I'll just try not to be as strict with it. The coloring should hopefully bring it all together. We'll do another save. I almost feel like I should move Popple's head back a little bit more again. This part of it. Anyone else hearing the Donkey Kong underwater theme with this song playing right now? Or is that just me? Maybe? Hold on. I gotta go listen to it real quick to be sure. Okay, yeah, no, it definitely is. Hold on, can I pull up? Yes, aquatic ambience. Okay. That's exactly what I was hearing. Yes. Okay, hold on. You guys are I'm gonna blow your fucking minds with this. So we have this song and we've got that da 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 da. Give it a sec. We're gonna snooze these ads. No, we're not. We can do this quick enough. That part. Do 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 do. That's definitely the same. And I think this is gonna be the Donkey Kong song. Yeah! Look at that! That's so funny. I thought my stream playlist was playing as I have that song in there. It's a good song. Well, let me go back to some normal synthwave stuff that we've got going on here, because we have to take a break now as soon as these ads kick off. There we are. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to save. We're going to trade off to... We're going to get a bunch of gay pride stuff from Katsu.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 50 bits. Get gayed, ball boy.
You can't call him bald. I mean, he is. There we go. We traded off to Halloween Popple today, and he has been generously christened by Katsu and the gay pride flag once again. Thank you very much, Katsu. Why the fuck are there Meow Mix Spotify playlists? Good God. Bald, not bald. Gay Halloween? About the same to me. Honestly, fair. Alright. These ads should be up and running. Apparently they're not. Who knows anymore? But I'm going to take a quick break for... Bronx is probably going to take her sweet time out there. Let's go for 10-15 minutes or so. So get up, give yourself a break, stand, stretch, get some water, go to the restroom, grab a snack. We will meet you back here shortly, and we will continue with the art. So I will see you guys very soon. Shit! Wait! Hold on, I'm here. Hi! We were just about to take a quick break. But hello, Goldella. Thank you for the raid. Hold on. It doesn't say what you were doing beforehand. What were you doing for your stream? Usually it'll tell me whatever subject that you were doing. Were you working on some art, playing a game? What was going on? We'll hang out for another few minutes here just to make sure that you guys can get settled in. Oh, wow! Oh no! You guys are gonna keep me trapped here. I'm never gonna get to eat.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 45 bits.
Oh my gosh. He's overflowing with gay! Katsu, he can't handle anymore! God. Thank you, Katsu. And thank you, Goldella, for the raid. Anyone who came with and is new, I am a variety streamer. I do artwork and I play games. We do 2D art on Tuesdays, we do 3D art on Thursdays, and Wednesdays are our whatever days. We do kind of anything that we feel like. This Wednesday, we've actually got a fun art collab going on with a friend of mine. To celebrate 200 followers, I did Pokemon Silver, a gym leader run on Sword and Shield, then finished up with some Marvel Rivals. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome! And congratulations on reaching 200 followers. That's a huge milestone. That's really cool. God, I forgot that I had wanted to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke run at some point myself. Wait. The nerve. That's really cool, Gulia, though. Or Gulia. Oh, that's a no, not My Little Pony. That's a Monster High character. Katsu! Not the hands!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 15 bits.
Good, Popple, reject them!
Baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby
No!
chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Oh, we're just gonna be here for a little bit.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Have you heard of front-facing baby chick emoji?
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing
If you
baby
haven't,
chick emoji.
you're about to.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Why?
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Kappa 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 kappa.
Kappa, kappa, kappa. We'll put a kappa on the baby chick emoji for now. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior front-facing baby chick emoji? I'm very glad that you had a good time, Ghoul. I hope that everyone who has joined us from your stream is going to be able to settle in comfortably. We will take very good care of all of these delightful little eggs. However, on that note, I unfortunately do need to step away for a few minutes, predicting around 10-15 minutes, but it could go a little above that because I have to take my dog out for the night. We started a little bit later than usual. Normally we would have ended stream at our 11 p.m. mark, but we're going to go a little extra. So about 2 more hours of stream to go. So as soon as I get back, we'll be getting right back to the art. But until then, hope you guys can enjoy the vibes. I will see you again very soon. Also, just because, Katsu, I know you're having a good time with the bits right now, none of that stuff can play on the away screen. That is, you're not going to hear anything if you do anything. So any redeems that you guys redeem won't be playing over there. Don't waste your points. I can't redeem, or I can't refund them all the time. I just don't want you guys to end up losing them. So we will be right back after walkies. See you soon! Hello, everyone! We're back! Sorry that took so long. We are nice and comfortable now. Bronx has just not been feeling super good today. I feel bad. She's had some kind of a tummy ache. She is spending the night with my mom, her Grammy, as we like to call her. So she'll get plenty of snuggles throughout the night. Oop. I don't know if I muted in time then, but sorry if I didn't. I had to sneeze. Poor pupper. Yeah. She's a trash dog. She likes to get into the garbage. And I have a tiny trash can next to my computer here that usually just ends up with napkins and stuff. But I have a feeling that she may have gotten into it over the last couple of days here and maybe eaten a couple of napkins, and that might be why she's having a tummy ache. It would not be the first time she's done such a thing. No sneeze, good. Mama, Papa, Machete. Interesting name for a child. Actually, now that I think about it, Machete would be a cool name for a child. I feel like I could see somebody like down in Texas doing that. Frank is patient with me, that's the good thing. I try my best to be as patient as I can with people. As long as you're not doing something that is harmful to others, then you should be able to express yourself and be comfortable, feel welcomed. There's no reason to make people not feel weh. There might be one reason. But it's good for us to embrace all walks of life. I try very hard to never immediately be like, I'm not gonna vibe with you as a person, with anyone that I meet, unless it's like something very obvious, like if you're a racist. Obviously, I'm not really gonna be super keen to be hanging out with a racist. It's weird to judge people off of their ethnicity to begin with. So even though I know we're not going to see his arm mostly underneath of the loops, I always draw the arm in regardless, just because it's easier to have it there than it is trying to connect the dots later. It's about what's inside the person. The organs. I've actually been watching Hannibal for the first time ever with Spooka. And that comment is very, very relative to that show. It's a very good show if you've never watched it. If you like crime TV shows and stuff. It falls into a similar vein as them. And all the cholesterol is what makes a person so caring. I'm gonna start using that. How are you so nice to people? I'm just full of cholesterol. Heard my name? Yeah, we're talking about Hannibal. Because Nexus setup here, it's not what's or it's about what's inside the person, the organ that counts. The organs that count. It's sweet because of my high blood sugar. That's like a thing that he can do in the show, though, isn't it? He can, like, smell if people have diseases. Like, he could smell if you had low blood sugar. Hannibal, I mean. I think that's something he did, isn't it? Muffin says, "Za." Thank you, Muffin. He can. He has an incredible sense of smell. Oh, we have another disturbing fact from Katie. The most expensive thing in the human body is bone marrow, worth $23 million. That's very interesting. I would have assumed that one of the organs would have been more expensive. Hannibal smelled cancer. People born in that month tend to smell like crabs. I can definitely tell that I'm reaching the not so fun stages of this art. Or rather, not that they're not fun, because fun is a weird word for it regardless. But the more taxing part, I suppose. Because I'm catching myself with my thoughts drifting to, oh man, I would much rather be playing a video game right now. And sometimes I let myself do stuff like that. I mean, I have been going at this, doing art for, what, 5 hours? Almost 5 hours, maybe? 4.5. So I would be within my rights to allow myself to take a break and play some video games. But I also have to be careful. You have to do it in doses. You can't let yourself do that every time because you gotta always push yourself to work hard. It's hard to find a healthy balance of pushing yourself too. I'm prone to pushing myself far too much. Spook can attest to that. I knew you were a Pisces a mile away. And here's me, a Taurus, smelling of beef. It's okay, Nexus, I'll join you. We can smell like beef together. Wonder what that kid's doing these days. There's so many old Vines and TikToks and shit that I feel like I quote almost on the daily. And it's gonna be really, really hard for future archaeologists or whatever to understand what the fuck happened at this era of human existence. Watermelon! That's exactly what I mean, though. Like, how are they going to enter into our existence timeline and see, like, two people casually looking at each other and pointing at each other and saying, hey, same hat. Yeah, same hat. And neither one of them are wearing hats. We're still in an age where English is still understandable. That's a good question. I wish I could travel to the future and, like, watch a documentary on what they thought life was like for us now. Stuff like that, like, the idea of it is very cool to me. There's actually a book called, I think it's called All the Yesterdays. It's a paleontology book. And it talks about how we're very prone to discrepancies of identifying fossils and how we want to see things that aren't actually there. And we don't take into account many things like fat deposits or just skin shapes and things like that. All tomorrow. That's that's it. I believe that's the one anyway. No, it's not. It's very similar, though. It might be by the same person, actually. The shrink wrap dinosaurs, yes. All Tomorrow's is the future. Okay. That's exactly what I was asking for. I really, really, really love this book, though, because it kind of looks at a lot of different things from a lot of different angles that we maybe didn't consider before. And it shows us a lot of examples of like how we could be wrong about interpreting how dinosaurs could have looked. One of my favorites, there's two good examples off the top of my head. Actually, three. But one of them is a depiction of what somebody who was recreating what a hippopotamus skull, what a hippo could have looked like if it had been discovered similarly to a dinosaur skull. Which I will share with us here. Actually, it's the whole animal. So if you've ever seen a hippopotamus skull, they're fucking wild. And this is the idea of like, if we had used the methods to recreate it that we do with dinosaurs, how we might have assumed that it looked. And again, a full body interpretation. Not necessarily off, but definitely off. Another one that I really love is the swans and cat. So this one is the swans, because we're assuming that they didn't have feathers, just like dinosaurs, you know, as our ideas were back in the day. So clearly those long bones must have been for piercing. That's how they hunted, right? They stabbed their prey, like praying mantises. And best of all, we have our cat, our common house cat. The killer stare of the cat, a vicious pack-dwelling hunter. This dangerous predator brandished a set of not one, but 5 switchblade claws on each foot. Its fossils are usually found in the concrete nests of long-limbed bipedal humans, suggesting that the killer cats wandered into their lairs before slaughtering their helpless victims. I love this shit, man. The cow! I forgot about the cow! There's our cow! The cow was a lithe, graceful herbivore that, despite its size, could easily outrun pursuing hunters. It's so shrink-wrapped! Isn't there a dinosaur that kind of looks like that already? I think you might be thinking of one of the croc-based dinosaurs. They do look... What is it? The boar croc that kind of like stood up more and would run more like a dog than it would a lizard. Saw a video talking about that. Man was saying dino bones are not that drastically mismatched because of the materials of the bones. Let me see if I can find it. Please do. Not entirely wrong. Cat won't hesitate to eat their owners if they die. Key point being if they die. At least they're considerate. They'll wait. This is the kind of thing that I would love to do on stream sometime. I'd love to find some other artists who would be interested in doing it. But one of my favorite ideas for a stream is to play the bone game. It's where you take skulls from different animals, hopefully one that you don't know and that you don't recognize, and to try and make a new creature out of it. Oh, Zatani, you're going to have to send that in show and tell. Links don't work in our main chat. It's a channel called Dino Guy. That's okay. No harm done. Oh my god, I need to be drawing while I'm talking about this stuff. Because I will sit here and just yap. There's way too much art that needs to be done for me to just yap. Gotta walk and talk. Posted. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and open that up actually so that I can see it in my YouTube history later, just so I don't forget. God, that thumbnail. I can already tell that is supposed to be an elephant, but the lack of tusk is so upsetting. Animals are horrifying when you know that most animals are facultative in their nutritional needs. What does that word mean? That's a big word. Let's learn. Facultative. Occurring optionally in response to circumstances rather than by nature. Where's the snood? Seen lots of different things, like how T-Rex bones, with how they are porous, leads to that T-Rex could highly possible to be warm-blooded reptiles. See, I love stuff like that. I love knowledge! Information is sexy! How can people not want to learn? Like, school really has ruined learning for so many people. Because once you leave school and you get the option to just pick what you want to learn and to just learn, it's amazing. Knowledge is amazing. Information is amazing. Like, you have the ability right now to stop what you're doing, pick up your phone, and Google how to bake a cake. And just do that. You can do that at any time of day. You can just learn how to do something right then and there and then do it. That's amazing. That's such a cool fucking idea. And we just take it for granted every day. Saw an interpretation of a T-Rex, but styled to look poofy, feathered like a finch. I've seen that and I love that one. Maybe not porous. I can't remember the actual way, just that the way the inside of the bones/fossils looked matched warm-blooded mammals. Yeah, I don't know the logistics of it myself, so don't worry. No one is going to be quizzed on any of this. Don't worry about that. I think if you're going into a discussion of cool facts, sharing with friends, go into it with just enough of a grain of salt of, if I start sharing this information, maybe I should fact check it first. None of us are credible sources, unless we provide credible sources. I shouldn't have to clarify that, but apparently I do. And that's because people aren't interested in learning. But they should be. They just need to learn how to learn correctly. Wait a minute, something's kind of off with this here. What did I do here? Didn't these flip? They did, but I guess I turned it around? And I don't see a reason why I shouldn't. I don't know why I had it doing that originally. T-Rex can fly just by flapping their arms like hummingbirds. It's true, I've seen it. The fucking Bee movie, but it's just T-Rex. You have a full body Popple reference I could nab. I want to draw them in my DJ style. I don't think I have a full body one that's finished, but I do have several full body pictures of him. Like a reference, though, I don't. Let me take a look real quick. I know Rosie had just asked me not too terribly long ago for one as well. Oh god, I must have sent it to her when we were doing a voice chat or something. I'm trying to look for it, and half of the conversation, because Manic is usually unable to use his mic, most of the text part of the voice chats are Manic or Cherry, and Manic is, I would say, at least 50% of the time in exclusively caps lock. I love his enthusiasm. That might be something I have to dig for. I will try to remember to share the pictures that I have. You know what? I can do that right now. I'll just put it in show and tell for now, though, instead of in, like, my art gallery, because I have no idea what pictures this is going to involve. Where is... I might just have to go through and do that. I guess I don't have one that's a very clear one. It was theorized that a lot of the predator dinos were warm-blooded and the veggie dinos were cold-blooded. Also came down to locomotion. That would make sense. A lot of plant life hadn't quite evolved to the same level as today either. Because I know flowers evolved because of dinosaurs. I'm pretty sure anyway. I've read that somewhere. Oh, ads are about to play in 1 minute. Also theorized because birds are warm-blooded and birds are a type of dinosaur. It would also make sense that more of the preds would have been warm-blooded if that were the case, because I believe most of the preds were theropods, not sauropods. But there was also a lot of crossover. We have things like Parasaurolophus, which is, I don't believe that counts as a theropod. I don't exactly know what a theropod is defined as. I just know that I'm a theropod. I used to be much more knowledgeable about dinosaurs, and then I turned 30 and realized that I'm too old to be bothered trying to remember things like that when I have things like taxes to worry about. I'll let the youngins remember those things. There's a pod. Fragzapod. Hire an accountant, then your mind can be filled with dino facts. They can worry about the taxes. I would love to do that, but in order for us to reach that point, my streaming career has to take off much better than it has been currently. All right. We need to add the rest of these little lines. Dino reacts to stuff streams. Would you guys even be interested in stuff like that? I always feel bad, like, the idea of doing a stream that doesn't sound very interesting or anything. But then again, I never know. I never know what people are going to want to watch. I guess I should stop and think about, like, what would I enjoy watching my favorite streamers do, and then just do that. Do 80s commercials. We have just been talking about Dinofax. That's true. It's funny because I'm still mostly just trying to get used to the idea of being perceived. It's easier because I don't, like, I know I don't have to worry about my face. I don't have to worry about you guys looking at me directly, which I don't know if that's just an autistic thing or because of just, like, social anxiety. It's easier to talk to when I'm focused on doing something. Easier and harder. Because it's easier to just yap when I'm doing something, but it's harder to, like, actually remember what's going on in a conversation. So I'm prone to just drifting in random directions with whatever I'm talking about. Uses binoculars. I perceive you. No. Stop that. Get some help. That's why I'm getting that PNG tuber. It has fear of being doxxed. Very valid fear. That in my background isn't that nice. I don't really think you need to have a nice background or anything. I didn't make this background. In fact, I've been meaning to add it to my credits on my About page, and I keep forgetting. But my entire UI layout was a resource pack that I purchased on Etsy from someone who I believe goes by Sunrise Jelly. Let me get that correct, because I want to make sure I'm always giving them full credit. Yes, Sunrise Jelly. And I will link to their Etsy shop because they have got some really cool stuff. Oh, wait, they're still on break. Well, that's disappointing. Either way, this is their Etsy shop. It is definitely worth taking a look at when they're not on break. They've been on break for a hot minute now, though, and I'm kind of concerned. I hope that they haven't disappeared. IRL background of my room. Room is in the basement with center block walls. Hey, you know what you can do? Tapestries. Curtains. I've thought about this a lot because we aren't sure if we're going to be living in this house forever, obviously. But we inherited the house, or a portion of it, from my grandmother, who I was a caretaker for. We moved in to take care of her. And she had very severe Alzheimer's. But we just didn't know this was going to be a permanent thing. We didn't know where we were going to end up. So I've done a lot of thinking about how I can make a space for myself in an apartment or other place where you can't do big renovations and actually take control over things like that. Room is kind of leaky, and those curtains/tapestries would need to be replaced often. Has to have moisture powder tub in the corner. Oh, that does pose as a problem. It's a very big shame that basements get so moist. Because basements are otherwise really awesome environments. You can do so much with them. All right, let's go ahead and do our... I usually try and stick with things that are in the front. So I guess we're going to do this hand next. Work backwards on the rings from there. We've only got about 40 minutes left of stream, and I am extremely slow when it comes to inking. So we'll see how far we get. I'm trying to be rational as I go through this. Not get myself all hyped up, because if I get excited about it, I will freak out. I will psych myself up so hard that I psych myself out of it, and then I get too scared to do it. That's why Moss has never had a finished ref. Like, I shit you not, I have like 3 refs of Moss that are incomplete because I got so far into them and thought like, oh man, I'm so excited, it's gonna look so good, I'm gonna make it look amazing, it's gonna be the best thing I ever created. And then I got way too in my own head about it and completely botched it, and just, it was too much pressure and I gave up. Don't be like me. It just has to exist. It doesn't have to be perfect. It will be amazing no matter what. Even if it doesn't meet your expectations. I'm saying this to future me. You guys have every right to clip that and send it to me in the future whenever I'm bitching about how I can't get it right. God, we've been talking so much about dinosaurs that I'm wanting to play one of the dinosaur games that I've been on so much about lately. Actually, Locke just got me into a game now called Beasts of Bermuda. I don't know, I had never heard of it before. But I don't know how, like, common that one is. I don't really keep up with a lot of game stuff, so I'm never really in the loop when it comes to game news. It's been fun, though. It's still in an open beta, so it's a bit janky at some parts. But it's definitely got a lot of potential, and what little bit we have played of it has been really cool. The snakes in that game are insane. Like, I've sincerely never seen snake physics in a video game this good. Which is a weird sentence to say, but truthful nonetheless. New layer, we're going to make the soda can. And the reason I make a new layer for it is purely because I'm going to go over our other lines that we've already done here. It's easier to erase that way. I should do a survey or something in the Discord and ask you guys what you think Popple should be drinking. Because last time I had mentioned that he seems kind of like a Fanta guy. Like, he seems like a fruity soda kind of person. Definitely more of like a Mountain Dew than a Coke guy. Gender fluid. Carbonated gender fluid. I follow the person who does those. The Pride Flag sodas. What is their username? Is it Tory Pin? Tory P&G. Yes. I'm sure you guys have definitely seen their stuff before. They've got other places that they post things, but I mostly use Blue Sky, so I'm going to link to their Blue Sky. They do some of the most amazing, beautiful, aesthetic art ever. I have had the luxury of getting to meet them in person, because they were selling at a convention that I went to. They are an absolute fucking sweetheart. But they've done a series of the pride flags on sodas. Let me see if I can pull them up to share. Yeah, here we go. These, I love these. Just amazing work. I really, really admire Tori's, like, just use of color theory. They've got a really strong grasp on it, and I admire that a lot. The questioning quencher. Mystery flavor. Ally aid with supportive vitamins. They're great. I love those. Color doesn't exist, it's only a theory. I probably should have kept those cans up as reference for how they did the rim on them, because I hate drawing tiny little metal details. Again, not a good trait as someone who predominantly did Transformers art for the bulk of their artistic career. I use the word hate way too much. Strongly dislike. And in all reality, I don't really hate any kind of art. I just hate the tediousness of it, but that's kind of just par for the course. If you can zoom in, then it's not tiny details. Details can be as big as your screen. Now listen here, you little shit. Let's get more of a beveled curve in there. I love that emote. That is such a good emote. So, Tani, I apologize. Do I follow you? I should if I don't. I don't. I'm so sorry. There. Definitely changing that. Now, part of my problem is with OBS, it doesn't like to open people's names in the chat. So I have to go in browser. And so half the time I just forget to open the browser page and actually do that in the moment. And I have a terrible memory. If I get sidetracked, I've got ADHD. I don't care if I'm medicated or not. There's a part of ADHD that just is going to leave you like that. Most of the time it makes me come off as delightfully quirky, but unfortunately the rest of the time it makes me very annoying to other people because I can't remember shit. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for your presence here. You have always been wonderful to have around. And I'm excited to watch you stream. That PNG tuber is going to be really, really good. That emote is inspired by the Keck lizard, but also, this one was made by World of Warcraft. The creator of the Drakthir race is either a furry or a big fan. I think everyone, whether they want to admit it or not, is a little bit of a furry. Not me having to look in the trash can for an actual soda. Let me find their blue sky. Never mind, find their art station. Ooh. Oh, man. I love that banner art. That is so pretty. Oh, no. I really love all of their art. They're so good. Yeah, no, there is definitely some element of furry in this person. They're the one behind the HD retexturing of the Worgen. Yeah, and that's some of like the top tier kind of texture work too. That's like the goal for getting there one day. All right, we're going to leave the design off of the can for now. And the Drakthir not an HD new retexture, that is their whole design. Ah. The Worgen wolf people needed a touch-up since they came out years and years ago. Jesus, I didn't even think about that, but you're right. Man, WoW's been around for a long time. I probably could actually play it on my current computer now. But that was always the reason why I never got into it, was because we never had a computer that could run it. The best our computer could run was RuneScape. And I definitely was all over that one for the time frame that I was playing it. Colossal mood. Posture check. Thank you, cat. I never even really did anything in RuneScape either. I just kind of like wandered around, caught fish, made fires. I may have treated World of Warcraft a little bit more like Stardew Valley than I did a LARPing MMORPG. Your whole zone is getting reimagined from the ground up? Fuck yeah, that's cool. Also, hello again, Katie. One must play to have fun. Exactly. Popple, I sure hope this is the cuff of your glove and not one of your rings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good, it is. Yay, past me remembered. Because there have been times where past me has forgotten. The Drakthir originally could only be one class during the Dragonflight expansion because of story reasons, but they have opened them up to other classes in the last expansion. So Frag can be Colorful Lizard! Yay! That's the, is that the snake people? Because I had only just seen those for the first time ever. Actually, I don't have any idea what the current races of World of Warcraft are, because the last time I had ever paid attention to any of it, they had just added the Pandoras. Pandorians? I'm Googling it now. Okay, we've got the humans, dwarfs, night elves, gnomes, Draenei, Worgen, Pandaren, and Drakthir. And then for Horde, we have Orc, Undead, Tauren, Troll, Blood Elf, Goblin, Pandaren, and Drakthir. Well, oh, wait. What are allied races? That's something I've never seen. Void Elf, Lightforged Draenei, Iron Dark, or Dark Iron Dwarf, Cool Tyrian, Mecha Gnome, Earthen, Nightborn, High Mountain Tauren, Maghar Orc, Zandalari Troll, Volpera, and Earthen. still think my favorite MMO race has to be the Aurai from Final Fantasy XIV. Their answer to Dragonborn Tieflings. It's another one I have to Google. I have another positive thought from KD. Tress Mori wants to flirt with my sister. Okay. I'm happy for her? Question mark? I hope that they have a beautiful life together? Question mark? The allied races are races that are just connected to the Horde or Alliance, but not fully integrated. Oh, okay. I'm a dragon people. See, we need more fantasy races of non-humanoids. Like, non-human characters. We need more dragon humanoids. We need more bird people. We need more dinosaur people. Frog people. Give me the goods. I want more than just the one Tolkien furry that's a dog person or a fox person. Elves are nice, but I need more. Bug people, yes! Especially bug people. You can do so much with bug people. Whee! Final Fantasy XIV now has buff lion women. The Volpera are cute, though. No, they are cute! I'm not saying that we shouldn't have them. I'm just saying I want them and more. I want us to have them. But we have those already, and we need more. Frag, I've gotten the confidence boost of a lifetime with my writing tonight. Some friends and I have been running a Kirby roleplay with the past week or so. And I got to reveal something heavy about the villain they've been fighting. Everyone loved it, and I'm so glad that I could make it compelling. Yay! That's so cool! That's awesome! That's like the one thing that I always want to be able to pull off as a DM on a D&D game. But I'm always too chicken shit to really get it right. There are bug races in WoW. Issue is a lot of them are created and connected to eldritch beings called old gods, like physically or psychically tied, and hard for them to break away. Are they playable? Look up Claxy or Mantid. See, oh, those are cool. I like them. I want to be one of them. That's what I mean. That's the problem. They need to be playable. Let me be a bug. If there is ever an option for anything that is not human, I want it. Frag, I want to work on the VRB, the Anthro-Furby Abbey, and I want it to be 90s themed, so I decided to look up 90s kid fashion and ended up coming across a pic of one of the Olsen twins dressed exactly how I used to dress as a kid, and now I don't know how to feel. Well, I hate to break it to you, Spooka, but they too were children of the 90s. That's really funny. I feel like I dressed terribly in the 90s, but then again, I feel like the 90s was just like the era of ugly, but like in a good way. They embraced ugly, and I like that. They were like, hell yeah, I'm gonna put the boldest, most eye-bleeding shades of red, blue, and yellow together for all children's items. Ugly, yes, ugly. But in a good way. Hear me out, okay? Hold on. 90s fashion. Okay, maybe not 90s fashion. 90s outfits. Okay, yes. This is exactly what I mean. You just let it soak in. The more you look, the more you find. Like, they did not shy away from colors at all. This boy has every possible shade of neon on. His pants are 3 different colors. We have the lime green snapback hat turned around backwards because you know he's cool. We've got our lime green fanny pack to go with it. Why is there a giant spool of wire? Don't worry about it. This was a very, very known look, though. Like, my mom rocked this look a lot. The graphic t-shirt with a printed grandma vest of some sort, like an old paisley vest, and the denim. The only time I see this amount of colors is in gay and queer spaces. Yeah! That's what makes it great! This is hideous! This is like such an absolute eyesore. This is gaudy as fuck. But I need you to hear me say that and then take a minute and look at what I have chosen to represent myself with. Gaudy is a compliment. Ugly is a compliment. I love this. This is beautiful because it's ugly. I feel like that spool is nothing but Ethernet cable. Probably. I don't even know what this is from. This is some kind of TV sitcom or something. They loved neons in the 90s. And whatever this fucking print is, hold on. This is not from the 90s, but this print was frequently making its own appearances everywhere in my life when I was a child. It's not quite 80s. 90s were way more of the, like, solid shapes and specifically, like, circles and, like, zigzags. Triangles, circles, and zigzags. And then everything that wasn't neon and gaudy as fuck had to have been either denim or plaid. We put plaid on everything for some reason. You would have people that would mix both. You'd have people that would have the gaudy neon rainbow everything and then have like a fucking plaid sweater vest on top of it. And sweatsuits. Sweatsuits were very popular for whatever reason. I wore a lot of sweatsuits. Oh god, specifically this fuzzy one. Everyone I knew had this. This specific fuzzy sweatsuit outfit, everyone I knew had one. This is a lot more of what I would wear if I wasn't forced to wear the denim. Were these kind of outfits. Like, so frumpy. Have you ever heard of Wacky Pomo? I have not. Remember I had this pale sky blue splatter shirt with like colorful sailboats all over it. Oh, also shirts with hyper-realistic animals for some reason. Like the Three Wolf Moon shirt. I always had ones that had like cats. For some reason I always had shirts that had hyper-realistic cats drawn or painted on them. This one, I had this shirt! I used to love this shirt so much. This is the exact shirt that I had, and I loved it so much. I wore it all the time. I love the Moon shirt. Yeah, no, the Three Wolf Moon one was way later, but that was the only one I could think of off the top of my head. A lot of the ones that I remember seeing in the 90s were just like a portrait. Just like a random, like, it's actually a couple over here. Ugh, none of them are formats that I can actually like copy and paste this picture. This could have been more of an AFAB thing too. I know like every little girl that I knew and was friends with always had like hyper-realistic cats and dolphins and shit. Should look up Wacky Pomo. Let me go ahead and do that since, you know, we've only got about 20 minutes of the stream left and I'm very clearly distracted at this point. Wacky Pomo is an aesthetic, sometimes stylized as Wacky Pomo, short for Wacky Postmodern, was a marketing aesthetic popular from the early 1990s to mid 2000s, primarily in children's marketing. It relies on cartoonish visuals associated with mid-century 1940s to 60s cartoons, similar to other aesthetics such as Googie Kitschy and Memphis Light. Media that has examples of such styles include Pee-wee's Playhouse, Double Dare, The Completely Mental Misadventures of Ed Grimley. A lot of them. Music artists who kind of encapsulate this aesthetic are Devo, Oingo Boingo, Weird Al Yankovic. They Might Be Giants. Yeah, I can see all of those. Oh my god. Can I show this? I can. Do you guys remember these? This is one of the examples that they included for that aesthetic. I hate that I know exactly what those taste like. My god, your tongue would be green for like the whole day afterwards. Honestly, Spooka, I think this might be the exact aesthetic that you might want to be looking for. I'm gonna send you this wiki page. I'm sorry, I just clicked over to the Discord to see the Olsen twin picture that you sent. I think I also had that exact outfit. Oh my god. What was this? It doesn't say on the wiki here what this was. This is just Zubelcore. Zubel is Wacky Pomo. Man, I love aesthetics. All right, let's try and get this hand done. I want to get his arms done, if nothing else. Also check out Whimsigoth aesthetic. I have looked at that one before. I think that was one that I had sent to Spook as well. Yeah, this one's nice. I have several friends who very much radiate Whimsigoth. Man, I love aesthetics. I love self-expression. I love art. Weh! There's so much cool stuff in the world. Weh! See, this is why I don't understand, like, how people can just make a hobby out of being hateful. Because I sit back and it's like, why though? Because there's so much to be excited about. And you're going to sit here and you're going to be sulky and you're going to be angry because other people are having fun and enjoying things. But what do you enjoy? There's so much fun in the world. There's so much cool shit. And you're going to sit here and just make fun of somebody for liking some of it? What's your hobby? What interests you? Let's figure it out. Let's have fun. It is a choice, and you're choosing the wrong one. Because you could be happy. You could be having fun. Life is meant to be loved. Yeah! For that animating PNG tuber gonna be a bit for anything smooth and moving. Kevin said he's going to try something even though he's going beyond what I paid for, what the commission was for. I feel bad. He is, but I am grateful that he is. Honestly, I'm hoping that he's just as excited about it as you are, because I know when I'm excited about a project, whether someone's paid enough for whatever it is that I'm wanting to do with it or not, I'm still usually pretty excited for it just because I want to see what it looks like in the end. I want to have that same experience with the person who's commissioning it. But I'm bad about that. I like to do extra stuff. I like to go the extra mile. I like to see, like, what can we do? How cool can we make this? Unless I'm exhausted and I've been working on it for months and I'm just tired. Which is unfortunately usually what happens with all my 3D models. But that's just because they take so much longer. You get very little break in between them like you do with other stuff. For now, I'm just going to do the bounce and squish I had shown you in the test clips. When we first discussed about it, I didn't realize you had to do the drawing like you make paper dolls. Yeah. I didn't know if it was going to be that way for the program that you're using, the remix. But unfortunately, a lot of them do use it that way. And it really, like, the only limitation for the most part is how much you or the artist is willing to put into it, because, I mean, my model is cut into quite a few pieces. Every single one of my feathers is an individual piece. My hands are separate from my wrists, or my forearms, my upper arms and everything. Like, everything's individually cut. I actually kind of regret doing that, because it's made it harder to do customizations to it. One thing I would like to pick up at some point, before we get too far into the holiday, thankfully I have at least a month or so here before we have to do that, but I would like to go back and finish my onesie, or my, what is it, Kigu? I'd started that last year. Actually, no, before last year? I don't know how long it's been. It's been a while, though. And the only thing that really stopped me was A, getting sidetracked with other projects, and B, just kind of burning out. Yeah, Kigurumi. I don't think this is the one that has it. Like your arms, I'm sure there are little nubs at the end that you have your hands sitting on top of, which allows the hands to move around it. Yes, that's exactly how I have it done. Soldier's syringe. Welcome. Hello there. What is the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus. That's a good one. Welcome, Soldier Syringe. We don't have a lot longer here with us now. We've got maybe about 10 minutes or so. We'll be wrapping stream up for the evening. But it is a pleasure to have you here with us for the time that we've got left. And on top of that, it appears that we are going to get this hand done in time. Yay! I don't know if I should try and... No. No, we're not going to add in the little details there. It's going to get too cluttered. Looking good. Let's go ahead and flatten all those lines together. There we are. Is there anything else that we could maybe squeeze in for the last 5 to 7 minutes of our stream? What would you do if tomorrow a new ice age started? Probably go extinct like the rest of my brethren did. We didn't handle that so well the first time. And I certainly have no intent of handling it any better the second. Do you know Interstellar Desk Plant? I have a strange feeling about you. They would definitely vibe if they don't. Still have my recommendation for raids. She's not doing art today, but I am trying to introduce the artists that I enjoy watching to each other. Kevin rated them, and he likes the group. Let me see who is active right now. Yeah, I think that would work out. Wait! I think that'd be perfect, Satani. We can raid out to whoever it is of your choice. I trust your judgment. I trust Kevin's judgment. Let's try and get our bow tie before we have to call it a night. Bertaki. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Satani. Okay. All right. Speed run this bow tie. Do we do our side pieces first? Maybe? Weh. Overthinking. Just do it. No thinking. I don't think I want to do it this sharp, though. No think, just draw. Sometimes it's the only way. It's hard because you gotta think a certain amount, but you gotta find that balance. You can only think so much. This is not great. It's like the most obvious that I didn't actually do any of the perspective work on his bow tie. But we don't care about that. That's between me and you guys. No one else has to know. Wait. Aw, thank you for the follow, soldiers.
Soldier Syringix69 can now hatch from their egg.
Oh shit! Thank you so much. We've reached our follower goal for today. 440. Shit, we're almost to 500. Wow. That's crazy. It's so weird to be actively doing art again like this. Last time I was doing stuff like this and not living in fear, it's probably back in the beginning, earlier days of DeviantArt. There's another RAR item in here. I might meet him or her someday. Doing it and doing it and doing it well. All right, we got about 2 minutes before our ads are going to play. I don't really want that bow tie to end right on the edge there. Man, I love how I got all hyped up over the painting today and then was like, all right, now that I've done my speed paint and gotten that out of the way and I'm all warmed up and ready for painting, line work. Okay, we definitely have to redo this part of the bow tie. Ads are going to play in 1 minute. Again, as a reminder, they will play for 3 minutes once every hour. That way we can have the rest of that hour uninterrupted. So it's our last ads of the night. Bertaki is part of a friend group involving others called White Toe, Osaki Bean, Zenox, Zek. Oh, hold on, I'm reading that wrong. Zek has made these emotes of Vertakis. Oh, wow. White Toe and Osaka Bean run a D&D themed online store. Mugs, dice, etc. Oh, that's really cool. Love that the bow tie is the crank. See, the tricky part's trying to find his coin slot. I'll just let you guys mull on that one. What? Oh my god, I actually picked up the fucking tablet then with that one. Hi, Frosty! Oh, you're just in time for ads. They're gonna play any second now. Stare. These are really good emotes. There go our ads. So let me get this bow tie wrapped up so that it will be the last thing that we have here. I think I am just gonna merge that line together. And after our ads are over, we will be raiding out. We'll do our closing, everything. Today's been a good day. I'm happy to say that. Honestly, it's been a better than good day. It's been a great day. He's backlogged. That's a good thing, though. It's good because it means he's getting steady work. And he's definitely good at what he does. All right, Popple. It's a little weird, but we kind of knew it was gonna be. His bow tie's always a little bit weird because it's so flat. That and the perspective's definitely off a little bit on this, and I don't care. I'm still happy with it. Alright, we got about 30 seconds left of our ads. We'll just put this guy front and center here. Great day, because dinosaur facts were shared. It's always a great day with dinosaur facts. Popple being judged. He's full of gumballs. He's full of gay. And a singular human skull, apparently. I believe that was from Ghoul earlier. Keep this a friendly Texas-sized day? What the fuck does that mean, Popple? Alright, well, we should be back from our ads. And I would go over to just our little just chatting window, but honestly, there's no reason to. I like being able to end off and see our progress for the night. I'm very happy with how this piece is coming out. Hand over the gumball or I'll fill you full of holes. I don't know, that's a bit of a stretch. Alright, let's go over everything that we've got for the rest of the week here. So, tomorrow's our Wacky Wednesday. Odds are we're probably going to have to start that stream just a little bit late because I have an appointment that is going to be pushed back a little bit in the morning. Normally I would have this appointment at 1, but unfortunately I had to reschedule last minute, so I think it's at 3 now. And that doesn't leave me a whole lot of time to get started before stream. I'm going to go ahead and stay up a little bit later tonight and make my live posts beforehand so I won't have to worry about it too much. Hopefully it will be on time, but I make no promises. Either way, we will still be going out throughout the entire day doing our Wacky Wednesday. I will probably just be playing Stardew in the beginning of the day, and then when Rosie is available, she will be joining me, and we will pick back up on our Amazing Digital Circus Stupid Sauce collab that we've been working on. I'm very excited. We have to ink and color it next, and that should go by pretty quickly compared to the sketch phase, because the sketch phase took us a while. And then, of course, we've got our 3D Thursday after that. I'm so excited to show you guys Doughy. I busted my ass over the weekend, just nonstop working on Doughy. So his texture's pretty much done. His rigging is done. All of his expressions are pretty much done with the exception of setting up his MMDs. And I'm so excited! I can't wait to see him animated. We might even end up doing some of the Unity work. Who knows? We'll see. On time for Frag or just an hour late. Listen. Alright. I think that just about wraps everything up. So we're going to go ahead and raid out to a new friend. We've never gone to see this person before, but upon recommendation from Zatani, we're going to go say hi to Vertaki. What is Vertaki doing right now, actually? Oh, they're such a cute kobold! Streaming 7 Days to Die. That'll be fun. So, you guys are gonna head on over there. Q, what are you doing awake right now? Go to bed! 7 Days to Die in a maid suit. The best way to go. Let's get our raid message up and going as well. I almost forgot about that. Here we go. So you can just copy and paste that when you get there. You don't have to, but it is up to you. We're going to try and bring our same vibe from here over to there so that they can continue to carry it forward. Dinos have come to steal your strudel! Can't tell me I'm wrong, Frag. No, I can't. Have a good night, everyone. Sweet dreams, yes. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. This has been really, really awesome. I am so happy with how everything went today. Even though we were late. But that's all right. Nothing has to be on time. I love you guys very much. Goodbye!